Welcome. And I'll be here in the background if you have any problems, but I think we'll have each presenter show their screen with their face and their slides, and the rest of us will hide, but I'm here if there are any issues. And for those of you in the audience, if you want to enlarge the slides, then you just click at the top right of the interface section with the slides. There are 3 dots and you can enlarge them to full screen so you can see everything. Good. So last check while I was talking, if the first group of presenters are here. Nope, they're still not. So I think we'll let you go ahead, John, and then we'll gather. So just as a reminder, put your questions in the Q&A. We'll try to stick to 15 minutes per paper so that we have plenty of time for questions. Put the questions in the Q&A and we'll do them all at the end. Good. So, we've got Jonathan here. Yep. So John, Jonathan, we're about to let John go first.
Yeah, Jeff's presenting for us anyway.
Okay, all right.
He'll be on in 1 minute.
Yeah. Let's let John go, and then you guys can go after. Okay, so over to you, John. Go ahead, please.
Okay, I'll just share my screen now. 1 moment. Okay, so hopefully you can all see that now. Okay, so thanks for coming to the panel. So my presentation is entitled The Formation of British Attitudes Towards Europe, 1957 to 1972. So first off, I'll just give a bit of an introduction. So we all know in recent years that British attitudes towards the EU have become a dominant part of public discourse, especially since the 2016 referendum. While we know much about the structure of these attitudes from then, and indeed from Britain's accession in 1973, we know a lot less about their formation from when the EEC, its precursor, was formed, given the sparsity of individual level data. So what I do in this paper is I analyze an extensive collection of polling data from the pre-membership period, a collection that was previously unavailable to the academic community, in order to shed some light on this crucial period. So I'll now give a bit of background on what were the political developments around Britain and the European Economic Community around this time, very briefly. So from 45 to 61, membership of Europe was not entertained by the political establishment. So both Conservatives and the Labour were as a whole against membership. So there are various reasons for this. There's a wanting to keep British sovereignty, a belief in British exceptionalism, wanting to keep the links to the Commonwealth, and indeed there were some elements of racism and xenophobia as well. So what discussion did take place around membership was largely confined to backroom discussions, maybe reaching the floor of Westminster on occasion, but not entering into the public domain en masse, and it was not generally a subject of public discussion. So this changed a bit in 1961 in July, when Macmillan, the then Prime Minister, announced his intent to seek membership. So this was in some ways unexpected, and it took until 1962 for Labour to find their position on this, which was opposition at the time. But it was informed by Britain's changing place in the world, in particular by the realization that Britain could no longer depend on the Commonwealth for its global outreach, and that its US special relationship maybe wasn't as special as it once was. However, in January 1963, this was put to bed by a veto from de Gaulle, and there would lay for a couple of years until this time under Labour government, Wilson would try again to seek membership in 66-67. So the sterling crisis of 66 played a catalytic role in this, as there's a realization that Britain's economy was in stagnation in comparison to that of the then European Economic Community members. But again, this was put to bed by another veto from de Gaulle in 67. So it wasn't until de Gaulle's death that another application could be taken seriously, this time under Conservative government, which was started just 12 days after they won the general election in 1970. This time it occurred under far greater levels of politicization than previous attempts, with opposition from Labour much more vocal, having changed position from when Wilson was leading an application just a few years earlier. And in 1973, accession did occur. So that's a quick overview of how political developments occurred. But what do we know about existing public opinion on this? So our existing analysis comes from two different sources. So one of these is from polling companies. So in particular, Knopp carried out polls for the Daily Mail and Gallup for the Telegraph. So from these aggregate reports, we know that support for membership peaked in July 1966 at 71%. There's a particularly large decline at the start of 1970. And by 1972, support has somewhat recovered, but not to previous levels. We also have some indication of demographic support. So from bivariate cross tabulations, from 65 to 72, they suggest that support was highest among men, the younger, and the middle classes. However, an issue with this is that we have omitted variable bias because we only know the bivariate relationships. We cannot, with this existing data, control for how these were correlated with support while keeping the others constant. So that's a problem. Now, we also have some academic-led surveys from this period, namely the Political Change in Britain surveys, which were the precursors to the current British election study. So in particular, in the 63-64 panel study, there's some evidence of considerable fluidity around this time. So Butler and Stokes find that at least that 50% of respondents who were surveyed in both of these waves answered don't know to the EEC question in at least one of the time points, which suggests that at this time, the public's views were not fully entrenched. While this is rich data, a disadvantage is that it was only collected around elections. And while that does give some sort of an indication of support, something to keep in mind is that the issue of joining Europe was not actually an election issue in any of the elections that occurred during this time period, but they occurred, it came to prominence rather in between. So in that case, by just looking at the Political Change in Britain surveys, we don't get the full picture of how opinion evolved on joining the EEC during this time period. So how am I going to go about analyzing this? So the data I use is data collected by Gallup from 57 to 72. So it's currently being converted from old column binary formats under an ESRC funded project run jointly between the Roper Centre and the University of Southampton. So any of you who were at the presentation this morning will have seen some more detail on this data source itself. But I'll just say briefly, so the data was stored on punch cards, which makes it quite time consuming to convert. But I think what's important to note here is that every survey had approximately 1,000 respondents. Quota sampling was used, and again, having access to this individual level data gives us the opportunity to analyze this particular research question on the foundations of opinion towards Europe that we couldn't do previously. So the questions that I use. So I make use of 5 different questions that Gallup fielded over this time period. So what's important is that each question had a general in favor, against, and don't know response category. So the response categories for all of these questions remained the same. Of course, it's important to recognize that there are some different nuances between these questions. Occasionally, when they're transitioning between questions, they asked 2 different versions of questions in the same survey. So have done some controls and robustness, and in general, they seem to follow the same patterns and pick up at the same latent factor that we want to get at, which is support for joining the common market as they describe in the survey. So for analysis, there's just under, well, between 70 and 80 surveys that are in this, between these 5 different questions. So for analysis, what I do is I run mlogits using this as a dependent variable and regressing on a range of factors. So sex, age, region, past vote, and class identity on all surveys. And in addition, where available, I also add age completed education. So this wasn't available in all surveys. In particular, in the early 60s, following the Profumo scandal, Gallup substituted the education variable for religiosity, as it was more interested in moral questions of morality at the time. But education is present in a lot of the surveys, so I carried these out in addition. So what I'll do is I'll present a summary of the patterns that I found, which can be divided into 3 different periods, rather than showing results from the rather than showing regression coefficients per se. So here you find in the first period.
5 minutes, just to let you know.
Okay, thank you. In this first column, what you see is from 57 to 1966, which was more the early years. You see no patterns for sex. So between approval and disapproval, men and women were equally likely to, there's no significant differences, even though women were more likely to not hold an opinion, as was common for many other issues at this time when it comes to gender. There's a tendency for the younger, those in the South and those in the middle or upper classes, to show great levels of approval, but these were not constant all the way through. And what is perhaps most notable is that once politicization started to occur in 62, you do see the gap between Conservative and Labour voters get bigger and become significant, whereby Conservative voters are more likely to approve. Also, the more educated during the latter period of 62 are also more likely to approve of membership. However, once de Gaulle's veto happens, within a couple of months, both the person and the education differences disappear, which suggests that attitudes were not crystallized at this point, but they did follow the elite cues that individuals were getting. When we move on to the next period, we see the relationship between support and individual level characteristics become stronger. Most notably, approval becomes greater from men compared to disapproval for the first time. You also have a switch around in the person component, whereby Labour voters are now more likely to approve, in line with the cues from the Labour government at the time. And what's quite notable is that when you look at class identity, you do have a tendency for approval to be greater from the middle or upper classes, but once you control for education, the significance of this drops, and in many cases, the coefficient also becomes less substantial, suggesting that education is more important than class identity per se. And finally, 1970 to 1972, which is the period of greater politicization. You again see another reversal with Conservatives leading membership, Labour strongly opposed by this stage. This division becomes apparent among their voters. So just to make this a bit more, to visualize this a bit more, here are predicted probabilities of approval of joining the common market by past vote, controlling for sex, age, region, and class. And these lines just signify where the question order changed as per the question wording rather changed as per the versions I presented earlier. So you can see this follows what I was telling you, where in 62, there's a bit of a gap open up between Conservatives and Labour. You move on from 64 to the end of 66, and Conservative and Labour voters move in their membership at pretty much the same rate. Over the coming year with Wilson's application, Labour voters are now significantly more likely to support, which goes through here, although there's sparse data in 68, as Gallup didn't poll when it's less of a political issue. And then you see a reversal, a big decline in Labour vote here. Well, the association between Labour vote and common membership here. So what's particularly notable is in February 1970, you had the publication of a government white paper that suggested that costs could rise by 25% if Britain entered the EEC. And that was correlated with the big decline in support you see here. And then moving on, once the Conservatives government pursues membership, Conservatives are more likely to support once more. And this gap opens up really considerably once the terms of membership are agreed in mid-1971 and remains at the most substantial levels over this period towards the end. So just in the remaining time I've left, I just want to present you with some predicted probabilities across the range of variables in the last month before Britain actually joined. So the gender and the age differences are notable, but what's particularly revealing here, I think, is when it comes to self-identified class, the difference controlling for all these other factors between the working and what I'd term the middle plus is 7 percentage points. So notable, but not particularly large. But once you can look at education, this is where the main differences is. So there's a really big gap of almost 20 percentage points. And so this, I think, highlights some of the omitted variable bias that I was talking about earlier, because when just class is presented in crosstabs, okay, thank you. It's it is around 20 percentage points. So controlling for education, and these are the demographic factors, shows that class identity may not have been actually as strong as previously thought. So to conclude, so individual level analyses supports the narrative from aggregate level analyses of the role of elite queues in the formation of British attitudes towards joining the carbon market, as it does seem that the public followed different elite queues that were happening from Labour and Conservative at various time points. It also challenges some assertions that the demographic associations of support for membership did not alter in the 20 years previous to membership. And the multivariate analyses greatly reduces omitted variable bias, highlighting in particular the important role played by educational attainment over class identity. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to questions later.
Thank you, John. So any questions, please post them in the Q&A. And now we will move on to Jane, and we'll do Jeff and John's paper at the end in case they still need to test their slides. So Jane, I'll put you on. Good. So I will hide myself, but I will be here in case there are any issues with the slide.
Can you see the slides, Xenia?
Not yet. No.
Oh, this happened before. So let me just try again.
Yep. It's yes. Good.
Yeah.
So we see. Yep. Now we've got them. Good.
Hey, amazing. Thank you very much indeed. And thank you to everyone for coming. It's just wonderful that EPOP, generates such a big audience. In contrast to other conferences that I've been to in the last year. So it's really great. And thank you. I look forward to your comments. All right. So this paper is by myself and Rose de Gaius. It's a super simple paper, and we make a series of claims. And the genesis for this was thinking about the conflation of economic and cultural explanations in terms of, these big, broad shifts that have happened with globalization. So on the one hand, you have the cultural shifts that have happened with globalization, multiculturalism, increasing diversity, and all of those kind of shifts towards more socially liberal values in the electorate, which are more challenging for older members of the population and those with lower levels of education. And on the other hand, you have the economic shifts that have happened with globalization. So you have, deindustrialization and automation, the kind of the huge impact of globalization in terms of the tech industries and the changing nature of the opportunities for long-term, high-status, secure work. And the difficulties of kind of separating those two things have kind of dominated a lot of the understanding in literature around Brexit, and not just Brexit, of course, as we all know. Now, we wanted to start with a question, a really super simple question, which is, who are more economically insecure, and are these people the same as those who are culturally insecure? And I'm going to make an argument as to why that might not be the case. And so there are 3 points. So I'm just going to summarize the 3 points, and then I'm going to move on to explain them in a little bit more detail. So the first point I wanted to make is that different people are more culturally conservative. And we know this. It's very well established that older non-graduates tend to be more culturally conservative, and they also tend to be more hostile to immigration. And that isn't the case, though, if we think about economic insecurity. So our kind of starting proposition was that the more economically insecure should predominantly now be younger non-graduates. And I'll go on to explain why I think that's the case. And so the important thing here is to think about the kind of intergenerational aspects of these changes, because if globalization, the cultural impacts and the economic impacts of globalization, these are gradual shifts over time that should have impacted different generations differently and according to the level of education, as we'll suggest. And so thinking about this across age and across education, I think is very important. And this has implications for claims about cultural and economic insecurity, effects on political preferences, and also how we think about the education cleavage. And a lot of, I think a lot of us are thinking about the education cleavage as just one primarily about socio-cultural values. And the suggestion here is that it might be starting to be more about economics, or perhaps it has always been. So that's the first key point. The second key point is that we kind of put forward a series of arguments to suggest that there could be a new economic cleavage opening up between graduates and non-graduates. And this was kind of inspired by work that I did with Rosie Shorrocks, where we looked at people who experience and feel more discriminated against for their gender. And we found it was out of work younger males. And so these, and obviously the education relationship too, and then my work with Raluca Pahontu as well, where we have been exploring the role of wealth as an insurance, and looking at the role of wealth in insuring people against the risks and uncertainties of the Brexit vote. And so, you know, really thinking about who is the more wealthy in society and where those people kind of fall in terms of the age and education distribution has been very formative in this. So we think about economic and cultural change impacts on different generations of graduates and non-graduates. And this implies that we do this over a very long time span, but we haven't done that yet. So that's the health warning for this presentation, is that this is an examination that if these things are true, if the arguments that we put forward have any kind of evidence in support of them, we're looking at this first as a snapshot with the data that we have available to us, because doing this over a long time span is going to be more challenging and much more time consuming than we've had available to us so far. Now, the third implication and the third key point is that if it's true that economic and cultural insecurity are impacting different subpopulations, then the lack of correlation between economic and cultural insecurity, or cultural conservatism and economic insecurity, should mean that these things are cross-cutting, much like the left, right, and second dimension kind of politics would think of as cross-cutting. But the key thing then is that it's different individuals are more likely to fall in different parts of those two dimensions. And we think that the key way of understanding that is through generational differences and through education levels. So that's the third kind of key point, that these effects should be cross-cutting. And the implication of that is that whereas Labour might be thinking it can count on more socially liberal graduates as they become older, we suggest that that's maybe not very reliable, because these same individuals are becoming much more, substantially more economically secure, not insecure, secure. So these graduates who are more socially liberal are much more economically secure, and more likely therefore to be pulled towards the Conservatives at this point. And the Conservatives, on the flip side, can't count on the non-graduates who are more socially conservative, because they have far lower economic security, except older generations. So those are the three key points, and I'll just go into some arguments now for why we think this. So first of all, who are the people that have benefited over this period? Well, older non-graduates substantially benefited from a burst of a real sharp peak in social mobility in the 1950s and 1960s. Are able to secure far greater social mobility, relative social mobility in absolute, and more secure employment relative to today. They also were able to benefit from a huge expansion of asset ownership, home ownership. So if you think about the larger proportions in the population who were owning those houses, they were non-graduates because of the expansion of education that's happened subsequently. And then, of course, the vast asset appreciation that's happened subsequent to that has meant that these older non-graduates have far greater economic security than would be true today. And they've also benefited from generous pension protection, very generous pension protection since 2011. And so they have far greater economic insurance. So if we think about who should be the losers of kind of the economic impacts of globalization, our suggestion is that these shouldn't be the older generations who haven't been the ones to lose their economic security through these changes. So on the flip side of that, who are the losers of globalization, deindustrialization, automation, and also these huge wealth inequalities that have happened with asset ownership and asset appreciation? Then it really should be the non-graduates, the younger non-graduates who are entering the workforce or have been in the workforce and have been affected by these changes, who now face fewer secure job opportunities, much more unaffordable housing, much weaker unionization and protection of worker rights, more insecure employment. And the number of dependents is also significantly higher. And that's in the data, we found that to be the case. And so the cost of living is also higher for non-graduates. And we know that the relationship of educational attainment to economic outcomes is very clear. The reason for that is less clear. So part of that reason is expected to be the greater employability that comes with further and higher education. But also, of course, there are selection effects and the replication of inequalities, particularly in higher education. And we see that those differences are very widely cited in the literature on attitudes towards immigration. So who are the winners? Well, potentially the young graduates who can now compete in today's knowledge economy. Now, of course, these younger graduates are also facing different challenges than their predecessors. So they're also facing higher costs in terms of home ownership, but those selection effects and the inequalities that are replicated in higher education, i.e. wealthier individuals are going to university and their parents are already wealthy, should provide greater economic security. And also thinking about kind of indebtedness and student indebtedness, we know that there is a huge insurance element to that you obviously don't have to repay it unless you earn a certain amount. So it's not to kind of say that those things aren't very, very challenging. And we have to also remember that there are now more younger graduates trying to compete for work, and there are fewer younger non-graduates because of the vast expansion in the higher education sector. But nevertheless, relative to non-graduates, we think it's the non-graduates who should be the most economically insecure. So we used BES data to examine this in Way 14 when we asked a battery of questions.
5 minutes. Sorry.
So we asked, how worried are you about you and your family's economic security specifically? And we look at what predicts this, so all the normal things, but also level of savings, home value, level of indebtedness, needing to borrow in the last 12 months, ability to borrow in case of an emergency, work status, and so on. We're going to compare that to cultural conservatism, measured using the classic BES liberal authoritarianism scale. I'm trying to go so fast now, and look at immigration preferences too. And we're looking at vote intention. I won't show you all of this, but the key thing is in the next series, the next two graphs. So these are standardized, just descriptive relationships with confidence intervals there. To adjust for the sample sizes. But what we're looking at here is, if you look at the blue lines, these are the kind of average mean levels of cultural conservatism on the liberal authoritarianism scale. And this shows what we know. So it shows that for non-graduates, they're much more culturally conservative. They become more culturally conservative over the life course, or at least by age. Whether we can say over the life course is, of course, TBC. And you actually see that they become more culturally conservative at a slightly lower age than is true for the change amongst graduates, just still comparing the two blue lines. But the graduates never become, on average, more authoritarian than the liberal. They're more liberal throughout over the age distribution. But let's look now at the kind of brown line, and that shows the reported average economic insecurity. And there you see that if you look at the older age groups, you see that graduates and non-graduates just don't differ. They're equally economically secure when they're older, but it's the younger non-graduates who are particularly economically insecure. And that is a significant difference using an interaction of age and education level. And so these individuals are much more economically insecure, or substantially more economically insecure. But the key thing as well is that these lines, they only look like they correlate for the younger non-graduates. These are different, these are working in different directions, and hugely divergent for non-graduates who are older. So as I said, the implications of that should be that that these effects should be cross-cutting. So if we just want to we looked at how we could account for this higher level of economic insecurity, and all of the things that you'd expect to be true are true. So household income, savings, home value, and home ownership is lower amongst non-graduates. Sorry, that should be lower, not higher. But the key difference is having to borrow from friends and family for your daily essentials. And so younger non-graduates are far more likely to frankly just to find life completely unaffordable if you're having to borrow for daily essentials from friends and family in the last 12 months. Being retired substantially increases your economic security, and also being a man. So women are more economically insecure for longer and more economically insecure overall, which is, I think, an important observation as well. So just thinking about the electoral implications to conclude, we argue that these should be cross-cutting. And I think this is potentially important for the potential electoral coalitions of the parties going forward. And this is based on a vote choice model with the standard demographics that we've used up till now. And including social class or not including social class, you still see these relationships. And the bold lines here are those with higher, so above and below the mean, higher economic security, and they are more likely to vote for the Conservative Party if they do not have a degree, or if they have a degree. Those who are economically insecure are the dash lines, and they are more likely to vote for the Labour Party versus the Conservative Party, whether or not they have a degree or not. And so this economic insecurity effect is important. It has a comparable effect size when we look at the standardized coefficients in a vote choice model as well. We look at the marginal effects. And it's also related to redistribution preferences. And so we might have thought that graduates hold more pro-redistribution, more left-centered political views as they go through the life course. And actually, we find that if you're a graduate and you're economically secure, you're substantially less likely to be pro-redistribution than if you're a graduate and you're insecure. Probably don't have time to focus on this graph, but that's the result there. So no matter if you're secure or insecure, if you have a degree, you're less likely to be pro-redistribution. What really matters is your level of economic insecurity. So we show that different people are culturally insecure and economically insecure if we say that cultural insecurity is social conservatism. And I think that is important for the claims we make about those effects. This economic cleavage may be opening up, and we have to obviously look at that more over time, but it could be important if it's new, and if it's a new potential economic cleavage related to educational levels. And then we would have to watch very closely at the supply of work across education levels, across skills sector, about the supply of housing and economic insurance for retirees, whether that indeed continues to make non-graduates and graduates equally secure. I've got 2 more points. I'm very, very fast. Anyway,
go ahead, finish.
That's it. Economic and cultural insecurity are cross-cutting. And the final thing is that the education cleavage is most certainly, of course, about cultural values, but I think is not only about cultural values. And to understand that, we have to disaggregate across age. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Jane. Good on time. So let us now go on to Jeff, I think, is presenting next. So I'll take you off the screen, Jane, and if whoever, Jeff or John, are presenting the next paper, if you request to show your video and audio, I'll let you on. So you should see a blue button at the top right of your main interface. Yep, here's Jeff. Yep, hello, hi. Yes, so I have to say a little bit. So one thing, Jeff is my PhD supervisor, so it's a great pleasure to be chairing a paper. And EPOP was the first conference I think that Jeff packed me off to as a postgraduate student. So it's really nice to be here. Good. So, Jeff, I don't know if you practiced showing your slides, but do you want to have a go while I'm here? I will always be in the background. But
Can you see them?
Not yet.
Oh.
So you click the little desktop image at the bottom, your controls.
Yeah, I've the desktop image. I've clicked the thing that says share.
Oh, yep, that's right.
Okay, yeah, there we go. All right. Okay. Can you see me?
We can't see the slides yet.
No, but I just.
So you want to, the easiest way is usually to share your whole screen rather than an application.
Trying to do that, yeah. Share. Okay, I'm sharing. Can you see it?
Not yet.
So I've asked it to share the entire screen. Yeah.
I think most people find that easier because I don't know what you're presenting in PowerPoint or PDF.
PowerPoint. So it's So I've clicked on the share the entire screen thing, and but you're not getting it. Is that right?
No, we're not.
I'll cancel that and start again. You want to leave? No, you want to leave. When it says leave, does it mean leave sharing the screen, or does it mean leave?
No, it means leave the audio and video. So don't click leave.
Nope.
Just.
Okay, so I've now clicked the little box again that's got a red line in to say.
Yep, that's right.
Entire screen share, and it's not showing you anything. Can you see me?
What do you think? Yes, I can see you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think what the issue could be.
Sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead, Jane.
I had this exact same thing happen to me. You could try just refreshing a browser.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thanks, Jane.
Yep. So let's see. Yeah, because everything is browser-based here, not an app. So it's not what we're used to as Zoom. Right. So right. Okay, so I'll let Jeff on again.
And
yep. And Jeff, so you're back. Do you want to try again?
yeah, I asked it to share the entire screen. But yeah, I've basically, it should be sharing the entire screen. I cancel it and start again. So I click on the little box at the bottom, which has got a red line through it, and it goes to entire screen, and I say it's got share, but the shares go grey and won't light up at the moment.
Jack is offering to screen share if you want to talk to the slides, and he can click on for you.
Okay. Yep. So
do you want to do? There you go.
Yep. Shall we do that? Is that okay? I'll leave you both, and Jeff will have to say next slide.
Oh, crazy! I mean, I've got a slightly different version than Jack, so I'm not.
I did just rearrange it, so I think it should be the same. There we go.
Okay. Okay. Right.
Yep.
Everybody there?
Yep. So go ahead, Jeff, and we're all in the audience.
Okay. So okay, that's slide 2, and basically, so this is a paper which examines the relationship between social status and radical right politics. Having a low social status has been seen to be a major predictor of supporting radical right parties, voting for Brexit and supporting Donald Trump. And what this analysis will do is basically question the validity of most of that work and show why it might be wrong, and then present a new model of way of measuring social status that doesn't suffer from those problems and comes to somewhat different answers. Okay, Jack, can we move on? Hello?
Hello?
Can you move on?
Yep, so keep going.
Yeah, okay. We've missed something then, Jack. Sorry. We've jumped
I
a
don't know
slide.
if you can. I'm sorry. I don't know if you can.
Oh.
There we go. I don't know if I can see it and share it at the same time. I think that might be why. So I'll do it like
Yeah.
this.
Okay, the next one is what we need. I've just talked to that slide. So if you move to the next one.
Yep.
Defining status. Okay, I thought I should do this because actually it's not well defined and often misused in the literature, and people mean different things by it. But there is a very consistent set of definitions of what people mean by status from various authors, specifically Chan and Goldthorpe. Ridgway, a sociologist who's been influential for people like Gidron and Hall and their work on esteem and respect. And basically, social status is defined as effectively shared beliefs about levels of esteem and respect that people should receive in society. And it's based upon a status order of superiority, equality, or inferiority. And this got a subjective element, which is where people place others in that and where they place themselves in that. And if we go to the next slide, it's very much what you call a Weberian conception of status. It's not about some composite of income, education, or occupation. It's about honor, social standing, esteem, and it's seen as not about resources and power. So it's this very distinct dimension of stratification, which, as I mentioned in this slide here, some sociologists don't buy into, to be honest, but it has certainly been quite influential in political science. And why does it matter, status? Well, various researchers have shown that basically the lower the status position, the more exclusionary and conformist. Low status is, or threat to status, is seen to influence feelings of hostility to outgroups. And most specifically, when we look at Gidron and Hall's work on radical right parties, basically the sort of anti-immigrant proposals of radical right parties speak directly to people who feel threatened in their social status. So that's why it can be politically consequential. But there is an older tradition. So one more slide, please, Jack, which is Lipsitz. Now, Lipsitz was at the forefront of everything 66 years ago. He pointed to status politics then, but he actually didn't talk about the same sorts of things. He talked about status politics as concerned with traditional American values. And that's what actually we will see is probably a good predictor now. And although Lipsitz long since deceased and talking of a different era, might be more accurate than some of the more recent advocates of status politics. So next one then, please, Jack. So how do people measure status? Well, by far the most common measurement of status in political science has been a single 11-point scale that you ask somebody. You say, in our society, there are groups which tend to be towards the top and groups which tend to be towards the bottom. Where would you put yourself on this scale? And that's it. You don't say what the top and the bottom are. Gidron and Hall refer to this as status in the Weberian sense. Other people who've used the same scale or developed the scale talk about it as class identity. And all the medics who use this MacArthur scale actually have a label for education, income, and occupation to show you what it is they're talking about, which is not Weberian status. So it's ambiguous in meaning. It can refer to lots of things because we don't know what the respondent's thinking of when they place themselves in a hierarchy. And we have no idea whether it's measuring Weberian status or something else to do with, resources, wealth, education, earnings. So that's a problem for knowing what's that doing. And a little quick assessment of that. This isn't the main part of the talk, but it's worth pointing to. The SSS, you can see there, is that subjective social status scale that's been used so consistently by many people to measure status, and its relationship to the same question, but asked with a label about wealth or respect to replicate it, job respect, a version of it, education and earnings. They're asked immediately after the social status question. So there's going to be quite high correlations. Their order is rotated randomly. But if you can see quite clearly there that the strongest correlations in this very simple zero order correlation matrix clearly fall to earnings and wealth. Actually, job respect, i.e. occupational status, is down as the lowest of the predictors. So if we were to look at that, we'd say people are mainly thinking about material advantage when they're thinking about this question. And quite probably, therefore, they're not in any way talking about the status that Gidron and Hall think that they're measuring, and which is this Weberian honor type status. So how else is status measured? Well, with occupational friendship patterns. And this is work of Chan and Goldthorpe, which has been used since by Chan and Carella and Rob Ford, and to look at whether you basically are liberal authoritarian, whether you're Brexity or Remain, or whether and your support for UKIP. Now, this scale suffers from the same problem as the one we've just seen. It's a very different scale. People are asked to name the jobs of their top 4 friends, and then it's fed into a big dimension reduction analysis, and then you get an estimate from the first dimension of that of social distance between occupations. The entire argument assumes that friendship implies equal occupational status, and that is the entire basis of the status scale. There's no attempt to actually validate it in a way which looks at some other measure of status or to see whether people agree with that. It is basically just assumed to be the case. However, just like the other scale we've seen, the same scale was developed before Goldthorpe by Blackburn, Stewart and Prandy. It's called the Cambridge scale, and they believe their scale measures generalized advantage involving power, control and resources. In other words, all those things that the Weberian notion of status isn't about. In other words, we don't know what it's measuring. There are other measures of status that don't even try to measure status. They measure socioeconomic indices or social dominance orientation, but we won't dwell upon them now. As I said, the literature is slightly all over the place and we don't really know what's going on. So what do? This is what we've done, John, Jack and I. We've basically done a substantial conjoint analysis experiment in one of the waves of the BES, the latest one, June 2021, 7,000 respondents, roughly. And we do, as you'll see, I'll give you an example. We get each respondent to rate 4 hypothetical people. And we manipulate, basically, there are 27,500 evaluations, 3,700 unique jobs. We also measure lots of other characteristics. So whereas occupational status scales just ask about jobs, we're actually interested in other aspects of status as well. I mean, what other things feed into your status? And what we ask is basically, we show 2 people and we ask the respondent, what do you think about their positions in society? And then we also think what they think people in general would rate their position in society, right? And we do that because status is supposed to be a shared thing. And also, of course, it's easier for people to make statements about, we don't use the word social status because that's a little bit loaded, social standing, which is a long tradition of earlier research using the notion of social standing. So we ask what people in general would rate. There's quite a lot of similarity between these 2 things, to be honest, which is kind of reassuring. We also then basically ask, what class would you say each of these people are in? And that's it's an interesting finding, although it's not central to this paper. So basically, our next slide is an example. It just shows you what the respondents are getting. They had 4 of these. There were 2 people listed with various characteristics, which include ethnicity, lots of different types of ethnicity, lots of occupations, whether they're unemployed, employed, self-employed, whether they went to private school, state school, their social class background, occupational class background, their region. So a whole range of attributes which might feed into somebody's assessment of their standing in society. And we basically also do the thing for class, same thing, but we ask about their class. So next thing. Now, here, just to say what we've done, we can create a full status score composed of all these various predictors of the status scores that people give. So we create a far broader notion of status than
just 5 minutes.
Okay, great. And we can, of course, we can also do a smaller version as well. We don't need to include all that information. We can just use occupation, for example. We can, of course, these estimates are all pretty much independent of each other because of the design of the project. And of course, we can impute scores into other data sets and therefore look at status beyond our own particular data sets. I don't know if people can see this. This is a first glance at what we find. And just briefly to summarize, what really stands out is income is but the most noticeable thing by far. Occupation matters quite a lot. Ethnicity, not so much. Gender, not at all. Other attributes like education matter, but not as much as some people might think. Class is on the right-hand side, and that follows a very similar pattern, I would say, although less pronounced in terms of ethnicity effects. To a large degree, when people answer questions on status or class, they're kind of thinking of the same sorts of things in Britain, not necessarily in other countries, which I found in other work. Anyway, so if you move on to slightly bigger graph, which just shows you, you can see the words now. You can see how, like, you know, the effects of education, the effects of whether they're unemployed or self-employed, etc. Region is very small. There's not a lot going on. And then the ethnicity effects vary according to the ethnic group. Private school has a substantial effect. Gender, nothing. And then if you move on to the next, because this is measured as a scale, you can see that income has a really, really big effect, especially in the lower half of the distribution in differentiating between people into in a way that was actually surprised us, to be honest. And the next slide is about class. And this, again, really occupational class has a very large effect. And it's very noticeable that these colors grab different sorts of major subgroups of occupations. And there's a discontinuity just in the middle of the figure where you can see that what are effectively non-manual jobs, that's the right-hand side, versus manual types of jobs on the left. And there's a clear break there. So there's not just a linear pattern, it's also a discontinuity when it comes to things like manual, non-manual. In people's eyes, a strong link between the jobs you do and certain characteristics of those jobs and your social status. So we don't need that really, because everyone knows what these values are. So we then used the status effects without class in it originally, but with lots of other controls like income and whatever to predict sets of values. Now we predict left, right first. Now we don't expect this to have an effect because that's not about the sorts of radical right predictors that we know about. And there isn't an effect. It's not significant, nothing going on. And that fits quite nicely. And so we can now move on to the next slide, which is a measure of status effects on liberal authoritarian values. And here we have a significant effect. It's in the right sort of direction. People are more authoritarian, or should we say more traditional in their values. I think it's social conservatism as much as authoritarianism, personally. As somebody who developed the scale, I probably wouldn't use that label now, but this was developed 25 years ago, 30 years ago. But it makes sense. On the left, we see no controls, nice, clean, low standard error. On the right, we see, with the controls, similar slope, bigger standard errors. If we move down to immigration attitudes, same pattern, although far, far more standard errors when it comes to controls. The immigration thing is still significant, but it is clearly reduced by the controls. And then the same for Brexit. Again, a similar pattern. So all three, as it were, go in the direction that the status literature would think. However, what we don't see here, because it's been moved slightly to the back, is what happens when we include social class in our models. Not long to go in a social class in our models. Brexit and, well done. Yeah, Brexit and immigration are no longer significant. There is no effect of status on your immigration attitudes or your Brexit attitudes. The only effect that remains significant is upon your liberal authoritarian attitudes. Even then, that's reduced substantially, but it remains significant with a wider standard error and a slightly shallower slope. So what we show here is actually when you include class, which is quite closely connected with status, the favorite dependent variables of the literature are no longer significant, and which I think is potentially an important finding. And it gives some possible notion that, the assumptions of the independence to some degree of status dimensions and occupational dimensions and resources probably are not good ones. So if we move to the next slide, then we can start to draw some conclusions. The first, so all the analyses using this MacArthur scale really are, because it's quite generalized in what it looks at. People mean different things by it, but they also mean resources. You can't make the inferences they're making about Weberian status. Other work which looks at SES or SEI, again, thinks it's social status. It's not, it's a measure of resources. So I think people, the literature, have a measurement problem when it comes to these things, because don't really know what they're measuring. Class position is a significant predictor of status. And it's also fair to say that British people mean almost the same thing by status and class when you use it within the experiment. And of course, this is one of the reasons why we no longer see effects on Brexit and immigration. So we do see authoritarianism, though. It's
so we should wrap up, Jeff, okay, so we can have questions. All right.
Okay. But no immigration and Brexit. And then the final slide, because I think this pushes this in this direction, and this is from a review article in the British Journal of Social Psychology, looking at the relationship between class and prejudice against immigrants and minorities. And the conclusion from that review article, it's shown to be a function of economic threat, not status threat, economic threat, and that highly educated people also express prejudice towards these groups when the latter are described as highly educated and therefore pose an economic threat. And by far the best work that's been done on that has been done by John Mellon, which you can get to in SSRN, demonstrating exactly that point. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Jeff and Jack, for the tandem presentation. So it actually worked.
Yes.
Good. So now we have some questions. We've got a list of questions in the Q&A chat. So we'll just, I think, go through all of them. Can I ask all the presenters to show themselves so that we have you on the screen? Good. And so we can go through the questions now. So let's see who was first. So we'll go to the beginning. So we have a question from Will Jennings, and I can allow if people want to ask the question verbally.
Yeah.
Will, if you'd like to show yourself and. Will, are you in the audience? Do you want to request audio and the screen, and you can ask your question? Otherwise, Jane can see the question at the bottom of the chat. If you scroll down, Will's question was, are there any implications of graduates today being a different group to older cohorts who could have attended a much smaller set of unis due to higher education expansion?
Yeah, thank you very much to Will for that. I mean, I think the trouble is that there's so much going on here that disentangling all of the changes is kind of going to be beyond the scope of any kind of data exercise. But I think bringing all of there are loads of different factors here. So one is the fact that yesterday's graduates were competing in a completely different employment pool. The other is that potentially selection effects within the higher education sector might have been even stronger, or should have been even stronger. And they should have been more male, the people that went to university in the past. And there should be more competition amongst today's graduates given higher university expansion. So that's, I think, I mean, there may also be differences in terms of the kinds of topics studied, the kinds of, I guess, the role of what a university degree conferred in terms of economic security in that period. But I think the main point I wanted to make really was that given the expansion of home ownership and asset appreciation, and given the expansion in social mobility that happened in the 1950s and the 1960s and that period, the key thing is that the economic security shouldn't be substantially higher than amongst graduates and non-graduates of older generations. Now, obviously, I need to go and find out if that's true. And that requires, you know, a lot of overtime kind of digging around, which is why I was asking John this morning, John Kenny and team, about educational level variables in their data set, and why Jack Bailey and I have been emailing about the Rosetta module and all the rest of it. But I think that's the key point, right? Is that these changes there's loads of these changes that are happening intergenerationally as university expansion has happened, as globalization has happened, and as greater gender equity has also happened. So, you know, we can't disentangle those effects, but I think understanding this, thinking about it intergenerationally is really important.
Thank you. Yes, I was just thinking Jane and John should talk to each other maybe about the data. So our next question, going chronologically, was from Rob. I can see Rob is waiting to jump on, so I'll let him jump on and ask the question in person.
I'm in. Sorry, I was just.
Yep, go ahead, Rob.
Thanks. They were really interesting. I was just wondering quickly, Jane, whether you've looked at the probability of voting per se. I saw that there were predicted probabilities for the Conservative Party, but it looked like, I mean, I've seen statistics that 40 is a big graduates in terms of voting probability.
Oh, sorry, you just cut out there. But I think the question of turnout, I guess the question of turnout is really important when you think about the electoral implications, right? So if you've got this cohort of electorally insecure or economically insecure non-graduates, the question is, are they turning out in as great a number, therefore posing as greater sort of electoral potential to the Conservative Party or to the Labour Party? And we'd expect that not to be the case, right? We'd expect economic insecurity to be correlated with lower turnout. But you'd also expect older people for that relationship of turnout to be curvilinear. And so some of those very more economically secure individuals who are older to be less likely to get to the polls. Above a certain age, you'd expect turnout to increase with age and then to tail off. But it's not something that's easy to study in the BES panel in terms of turnout. I'm not quite sure if that's what you meant, Rob, so apologies, but it certainly is an interesting component of the electoral potential, I think, definitely.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Rob. So we've got a question from Chris Butler. Chris, do you want to appear to ask it in person? If not, I can read it out. It's a question for John. So it says, John, a really interesting topic. You touched on elite-led events which likely affected public opinion at different time points. Have you or do you plan to look at media sentiment towards the EEC over time?
Okay, thanks for this question. So I haven't done a formal analysis of media sentiment, but what I have done is that I've reread, well, I say reread, I've read the articles that were published in the various newspapers quite a bit, especially around the time points when we see particular shifts in the public opinion. And you see some really interesting links. So I've looked at Daily Mail, Telegraph, Guardian, and so on. And what you see is up until kind of the end of '66, especially when public opinion was at its highest, there wasn't really much division in media, in how the media portrayed the EEC. But towards the end of '66, when Wilson started to go on a tour of Europe to get support in early '67, and when you start to see more divides increase between the Conservatives and Labour voters, you see articles such as how Europe would put up your food bills, is one, for example. There's another one, now De Gaulle may be ready to say perhaps. So, kind of this, uncertainty of whether it would be possible, as well as the indications of what it would, potentially do for you. So this is something I think has been, you don't get as much of this kind of media discourse in the academic literature that I've come across during this period, but I think it's really useful, which is in the working paper I have on this, to kind of connect the media narratives with where you see these shifts, and there's definitely patterns there. And I might just also pick up on Rob's question on education, which was just below, while I have here, on whether I have any suspicion of a causal mechanism. So, don't want to speculate too much because there's not so much qualitative, but another one way I looked at this is that I substituted, there's a question that was asked in 61, 69, and 71 on whether people thought that joining the permanent market would be good for themselves and their family. And you do see, towards the end of the 60s, early 70s, a big increase in the amount of more educated people who think that joining the current market would be good for their family. That wasn't, present in the early 60s when there was really not as much discussion. So one possibility may be those who thought that current market was a good thing actually perceived more personal benefits for them. But there's some more questions and data set and different effects of joining the current market that I could dig into and see, if there's linkages with perceptions of benefits between those with more education, those with less education, and also potential disadvantages too.
Good. Excellent. Thank you very much, John. And we have another question from Jane to Jeff. Jane, do you want to ask your question?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I was just wondering about gender. When people see jobs, if you're a man and you're in a certain job, do you have a higher social standing than if you, I know you didn't experimentally test this, but I just wondered if that could be true, right? So if you're a woman and you're in the same job, could you have a lower social standing than a man in the same job? And I just wondered if, therefore, if any of these jobs as well were particularly male or female, and whether you can account for it, or does it matter? Maybe it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I was just going to say, of course, we do show there are no effects of being a man or a woman, and they're randomly, allocated to all of the different jobs. So the actual gender of the person doesn't matter at all. But I suppose your question is probably a separate one. You might want to say, look at all the jobs and look at the distribution of men and women doing these jobs and score them as being more or less female or male, and then include that into the prediction of status. And that, you can't do it with what we've done so far, but you could post hoc. Be a bit of work, but you could do it. And then you could test that, whether in fact, the genderness of a job, net of other attributes, is consequential for it. Yeah. But the fact that we don't find a gender effect per se is, in a sense, reassuring on that front to some degree, I would say. What do you guys think?
I was going to say something very similar. I'd say also from sort of eyeballing the occupation by occupation estimates, certainly there wasn't any gendered pattern that jumped out to me immediately. We may need to look at a lower level of really very narrow job by job, because we randomized thousands of potential occupations. So potentially when you get into the really micro level, perhaps you'll find something there. But certainly in the big picture level of jobs, so sort of caring professions versus routine professions, there doesn't seem to be much of a gendered pattern there, but we'd have to look into it a bit more to say for certain.
I just wanted to join as well and say that because we've measured gender as one of our like conjoint variables, and then we have these thousands of potential jobs that people can have as random effects, basically, we could have random slopes of gender over all of the jobs and then see if there are different job effects, basically, and have like a women's hierarchy and a men's hierarchy. But I don't know whether we'd have sufficient power really to do much in terms of like distinguishing between them.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So we have our next question. It's a question for both Jane and Jeff. It is from Ralph. Ralph is here, so let Ralph ask the question in person. So I will, yep, Ralph.
Oh, hello. Yeah, I was just waiting for the various permissions to go through. Thanks, that's really interesting. I felt like there were some similarities between what Jane and co-author and Jeff and the team were finding on this point around, particularly, I mean, it's of interest for my PhD, basically, so there's a particular one interest in asking it. So the effect of education on political values is am I right in interpreting what you found, that it's primarily attributable to this kind of insulation from economic threats related to globalization and less to the kind of cultural liberalization thesis that could be, you know, the kind of Inglehart or the work that Paula Surridge has done around education having this effect on making people more liberal and more open to people from different backgrounds. I'm just really interested in hearing your interpretation and checking that I've understood that right from what you've found.
Jane?
So I think one of the implications of the relationships that we're identifying is that we really need to spend a lot more time thinking about what could potentially be going on here, because essentially what we're finding is that those two things aren't related to each other for older non-graduates. So older non-graduates are much more culturally conservative and much more economically insured. And so their economic insurance should be making them less hostile to immigrants. They should be making them more culturally liberal. If we take that view that economic insurance is the route to more hostile attitudes towards kind of social change. Now, for younger non-graduates, however, they're sort of anti-liberal, their more culturally conservative views are correlated with their increasing economic insecurity, which would point to a relationship between economic insulation and more liberal views. I think the problem is those two things are running in different directions for different subpopulations based on age across non-graduates. And so it's obviously, I mean, maybe not obviously, but I think it's, you know, it's plausibly a very substantial oversimplification. And, you know, if we look to those individuals who have degrees and they're economically secure, yes, they also are more socially liberal and more pro-immigration. I didn't show the immigration stuff, but it's the same kind of relationships as we would expect. Then I don't think that's obvious at all. And actually, if you look to the research on the way education shapes pro-immigration attitudes, it seems to be on socialization around tolerance rather than on economic insurance. Or the lack of it. So I think this is just kind of more evidence to say that that's not a clear relationship. And if it does exist, it should really exist for those people who are at the bottom end of the economic security scale, who do have a natural reason to feel more hostile towards immigrants. Now, the flip side of that is what Jeff was referring to at the end when he was talking to John's work around skills specificity. And so you could have graduates who have low economic security, which of course does exist. I mean, I was only showing averages, who should feel perhaps more more antagonistic towards immigration because they have low economic security. My point is that that's rare. So graduates who have low economic security is relatively rare. And perhaps that's relatively more rare than is more true for non-graduates with high economic insecurity. And that could potentially worsen over time with wealth inequalities and with the impacts of the pandemic and other sort of changes in the economy. So it's kind of one to watch, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure our work directly addresses that. I mean, we find that status affects liberal values. I mean, we know that people think that people in different educational positions have higher status. So it's possible that there is a path of that sort going on there. In the models, which you don't see in the presentation, I mean, it's clear that education does predict your status score and obviously also your values. So you can probably do a path which looks at the degree to which education influences values net of status and things like that, which I haven't done because we weren't pursuing that. So it might, as it were, unpack some aspect of status from that effect. Although, as I say, the general message, certainly for immigration and the like, was that to a greater degree, it could well be about economic stuff. But for liberal values, there might still be something going on of that sort. So I think it's up in the air, but, you know, there's some questions.
Great, thank you. So now let's move on. We have a question from Lauren to Jeff. Lauren, would you like to ask it in person? Yep, here we go, Lauren. Yep. Can you, yes, Lauren is there. Good. Go ahead, Lauren.
Hi, Jeff. Hi, everyone. Thanks for the presentations. Jeff, you probably can see the question on the screen already. Yeah, a lot of times I put myself in the position of a survey respondent, partly because I am one. I'm in the BSA panel, for instance, and I was just imagining trying to answer your questions using the conjoint experiment, and thought I would probably be ticking "don't know" constantly, because I don't know. The question did include the word standing, didn't it?
Yep, social standing.
Social standing, and I'm not sure I would know what that means. And also, I wondered, is it possible that some people may care about social standing and they may have some understanding of what it means, but in the modern day, are there large numbers of people who don't know and don't care about it? I don't know. This is a question for you.
I mean, yeah, don't know and don't care, I suppose, is different things, because then if it was don't care, you might get the view that, in fact, yeah, other people or society in general have got these views, but they themselves don't do it. Actually, there's quite a lot of similarity between self-rankings and other people, perceived other people's social rankings. So I think, yeah, that's not as big a worry. The percentage of people who actually gave responses to this quite complex task, I mean, not percentage of people, but the percentage of the actual tasks that got responses is over 80%, which isn't bad. I mean, I was quite surprised, really, because of the, I would look at that and go, crumbs. But they did it over 80% at the time. And I imagine if we analyze those don't knows, they'll probably be from combinations of characteristics which are either very, very inconsistent in some way, or actually just blurry and around the middle, that you really find it's hard. I mean, we can probably do some analysis of the source of don't knows and whether, in fact, don't know really is proxy for in the middle. Yeah, because you cannot decide because they've got these characteristics which are pretty balanced, or I don't know, could be I have no idea what you're talking about. But then you can track that down too in terms of patterns of non-response. But the baseline of over 80% of these combinations having scores, I was thought was quite impressive. And I know it's the YouGov panel. And if you went and give this to a face-to-face type panel, it might be lower, because we know YouGov people are a bit more trained to answer things. But nonetheless, I mean, so we could have made it simpler. definitely. So we took a risk on making it complex to see what information we could get out. But even then, we got over 80% of this stuff. And we can track down a little bit on the ambiguous things and see if it is about stuff that really is in the center. And that's just a proxy for, neither of them, because they're so finely balanced, which wouldn't be a problem. I mean, that's just another sensible middle point response type thing. But yeah, good question. And we were actually discussing it just before the meeting. Literally kind of suddenly thought, wow, what percentage did we get? and it actually it was quite reassuringly high for such an interestingly complex task.
Remind me how much they get paid for doing these surveys. Is it just book tokens or something still?
It's YouGov have some sort of rate. Yeah,
it's a point system. So you get points, and then you accrue points that you can exchange for £50. But it takes a long time, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, thanks. Yeah, that is very high cooperation rate, I would say.
Yeah, good. Thank you. And we got one more question from Stephen. So I'll let him ask. I've got a question, but I'll wait. Stephen, do you want to go ahead? Right. Where is Stephen? Yep, there's Stephen. Right. Good.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for the great presentations. Yeah, Jane, so could you talk me through the cultural insecurity? Because I think I get what economic insecurity is, but I know that there's this Beck conception of economic cultural insecurity, which I don't know whether that's what you were talking about and what. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is tricky because these aren't equivalent measures. So they're not equivalent measures in terms of just the statistical properties, and they're not equivalent measures conceptually. So the economic security was just one question. I think, oh gosh, it's a while ago now, but I'm pretty sure we took it from one of Pippa Norris's surveys. And it's just really simple and really straightforward, but we don't have a cultural insecurity question. And the concept of cultural insecurity has there's lots of assumptions there, right, about who genuinely feels culturally insecure. So we use the liberal authoritarianism scale. And that's why I was kind of flipping between calling it cultural insecurity and social conservatism. And we also have examined this with the question on immigration preferences, which is, are immigrants good for British culture or British culture? And as you know, the liberal authoritarianism scale is correlated with immigration preferences. And so it's not surprising that those things are similar. But it's not the same. And that's how we're doing it. And there's lots of different, I mean, I guess if you took the kind of priors that globalization, multiculturalism, increasing liberalism in society is threatening to people who have hostile attitudes to social liberalism and immigration, then I think that's an okay assumption.
But it sounds quite politically loaded to say that people with socially conservative or authoritarian attitudes are insecure in their attitudes, because it's almost like saying they're kind of wrong and they're in the people are threatening them because they're wrong. And there'll be a kind of ethnic minority point of view, which says that ethnic minorities are culturally insecure when they're faced with a white majority and lots of racism. So, yeah, I think it's a bit awkward and problematic. But it's interesting, though.
Yeah, no, I can see that, and I think, but I also think, if we talk about kind of the impact of globalization, multiculturalism, that is the implication, right? The implication is that people feel threatened by change, by social change, and that these people should. So I can kind of, I would defend the logic, but I can also take the point about the sensitivity and how it might be construed.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Stephen. Do we have any other questions in the audience? Anyone wants to ask? If you do, then please request the audio. If not, then while people think of another question, I'll ask my question. Actually, it's a sort of question that goes to Jane and Jeff. So both papers really interesting. Obviously, you know, I study a lot of voting behavior and all that stuff. So we use education and all these indicators, you know, sort of, we put them into the model and we make all these assumptions, and you nicely show, you know, that we should think back again. And I think, so one question like that links Jane and Jeff's paper was, Jane really nicely sort of hinted at how home ownership is so important, like at least in the UK. So I was wondering, Jeff, like, apologies if I missed the details, but like in the conjoint experiment, when you give information about wealth, how was that communicated? Was that, you know, monetary value? Was that home ownership? And so that's the first question. Then I'll ask my other one.
Good one. We don't measure wealth. We don't measure home ownership either, I don't think. And having looked at those sorts of things to do with the subjective social indicator scale, it made me think, we should have asked about wealth, whether it be through house ownership or whatever. So just an omission from our measure, which is a lot better than most attempts to measure occupational status, say, or anything else. But that, I think, is wealth, assets probably are something we if we were doing it again, and we might do, we would include. Yeah.
And the other question was like with for Jeff's paper with the conjoint experiment again, like I was wondering, and this links a bit to Lauren's concerns, like in the end you got, I think 80% of the sort of profiles were rated, is that right on standing? So each of the coders, you'd say, they would be faced with a sort of profile that has a list of all these characteristics, if that's correct, right? Yeah. So I was wondering if, you know, you found that income and then secondly, occupation are the most important characteristics. But I was wondering if that goes back to like Lauren's concerns about, you know, how easy it is for coders to code these things. And if you give them income and occupation, then those are sort of easy proxies. You're like, oh, okay, I know, you know, higher income means, you know, somehow higher status, or, and then secondly, they'll be a bit more confident with occupation. Whereas all these other elements, they would be much harder, require more thought. So I was wondering if perhaps, I don't know if you've done this maybe, but redoing it a little, you know, part of with a smaller sample, redoing the conjoint experiment, but removing, you know, maybe income or occupation, like basically not giving people the easy way out, and just see if they actually, if they can glean some kind of sense of standing from the remaining things, or they really just say, I don't know. And then that, if they say, I don't know, well, then that would mean that income and occupation are the main sources of information. But maybe you know, missed something that you did.
I mean, because they had income and everything that they received, along with other things. By far the most complicated and difficult one to answer, I would say, was the occupation one. Those occupational titles, even the ones I gave examples of, are pretty obscure. There's a whole range. So I don't think answering the occupation one would be in any way easy. I think the income is as clear a signal, you're right. And we know that from that other little test I showed that income does seem to feature quite high. It's an easy, you know, it's an easy heuristic. So yeah, whether you'd want to take it out or reduce its spread or something, maybe to reduce the level of weight it gets. It wouldn't affect the other things, though. Mm-hmm. They're all orthogonal, effectively, to a large degree, apart from some ridiculous combinations that just don't make sense. So they should be immune to that weight. That's the good thing about the analysis.
Okay. Yep.
Can I just jump in on one thing on that as well? Because it's a super interesting question.
Yeah.
So I think one of the complexities of this, of course, is that if you did drop income, then people may be using the other things in that they do get information about as proxies for income. If income really is the thing they care about the most, they may be using everything else then to go and make an inference about, well, what's the person's income, and then making the judgment on that basis. On the other hand, I do totally take your point about maybe just something that's a number where you can say that's a big number, it's bigger than that number. I don't need to go and, run this through my model of society or anything. I can totally see that as well. So it's super interesting.
Yeah. Well, it's just basically have what Jane proposes, like home ownership is important. So if you had put home ownership in with that sort of trump income, or wealth, and then or some kind of indicator of wealth, and then secondly, like this issue, just double checking that these other factors don't send independent signals. But anyhow, these are little nitpicking things. So we're at the end of our time. So we had masses of questions. So thank you to everybody. So it was a really productive panel.
Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. This panel is a series of papers on the topic of political trust, all of which are drawn from members of the TrustGov project team. We will speak for around, we've got an hour and a half in total. We will have no more than 15 minutes for each presentation, leaving us half an hour for Q&A. Please leave questions in the Q&A, and when we come to those, we'll try and go through them. So it's a good way of memorializing any comments as we go. And also, please feel free to use the chat. I will turn off my microphone and my speaker in a moment and hand the floor over to Victor. Then we'll be hearing from Lawrence about the urban-rural gap in political trust. And we have a paper on quality evaluations of trustworthiness of politicians by Jen Gaskell, myself, and Jerry Stoker. And closing, Victor will close us off. So without further ado, over to you, Victor.
Thanks a lot, Will. And thanks, everyone, for having us and for joining. I will now share my screen like so and like so. This should be all good.
Yeah, looks good.
Great. Okay, thank you. So I am going to be presenting our paper on political generations and political trust, and where we do an age period cohort analysis of differences in political trust. And it's by myself and Daniel Devine, Maria Grasso, and Will Jennings, who you'll know from being in the chair. So the context of our study is that there has been growing concerns that many Western democracies have been experiencing declines in political support, sort of broadly speaking. And this had public support for sort of their democratic authorities. And this has prompted debate over whether democracies are dying and democracy is in retreat globally. And there are several reports from Freedom House, varieties of democracy and so forth on how democracy may be in retreat. And related to this is the widespread belief that younger generations of citizens in particular are increasingly disillusioned and are losing support, have lower levels of support for their governments. But we don't believe that this has been studied systematically and across national context. So that's what we set out to do here. So yes, so there has been lots of research, and especially in recent years, there have been some sort of summary studies of trends in political trust, but none that we know of, at least cross-nationally, into generational differences in political trust. And on the other flip side of the coin, there has been research into political generations, but focusing more on other types of political values and on political participation. So we asked, to what extent are changes in political trust driven by generational dynamics? And sort of relatedly, are any long-term declines of political trust which we leave as an open question, due to the replacement of older, more trusting generations by younger, more critical citizens, as opposed to a sort of general period effect. And we argue that understanding this is important to our understanding of political trust and of political trust shifts and what their roots are, the roots of these shifts, how trust differs between different social groups, age groups, and so forth, and how trust declines might be tackled. The slides aren't moving, I'm being told. That is a problem. Let's see. Is this working?
Yes, there you go.
Sorry, the slides aren't moving. Okay, technical issues. We love those. So here's what I was saying about the context, about sort of erosion of political support and retreat of democracy of the younger generation. Here's the growing evidence of long-term trends of political trust. And here is why we should be interested in it and our research question, basically. And yes, so it's important to how our understanding of how distrust might be tackled and how it might develop in the future, because we see generational replacement in the electorate. So if younger generations are less trusting than older generations, we would expect political trust to decline in the electorate as time moves forward. So our theory, first, we start by pointing out, as others have done, that political support is not all of a piece. So I started by saying erosion of political support, but people and scholars speak of many different kinds of political support, which are importantly different, and their trends are importantly different. So prior research has seemed to show that citizens are increasingly distrustful of politicians and political parties and parliaments, although this is not an entirely settled question. That appears to be the case. Whereas trends in satisfaction with democracy are not very clear. That's still also debated. But support for democratic principles are not declining. And that really hasn't been debated to our knowledge. All research I've seen has shown that. So we are primarily interested in generational differences in political trust. And we define that as citizens' feelings about the institutions and actors governing their polity. Well, that's sort of Citrin and Stoker definition, or their basic evaluative or effective orientation towards government, where government is primarily the legislator and the executive, as well as politicians and political parties. Now, turning to generational theories, they date a while back to sort of latter part of the 20th century, the former of early part of the 20th century, actually. And so the values and attitudes such as trust are formed during sort of impressionable years or formative period of adolescence and early adulthood. And then they leave a kind of footprint or inertia where those values and attitudes and behaviors that are shaped in that period of your life change very reluctantly in the rest of your life. And this has been shown in many various studies of socialization. It's been argued that childhood political socialization is one of the sort of processes through which support is formed, or lack of support. And it has been shown in research on political generations, more specifically, that they are shaped by the sort of distinctive political context, institutions, and events of their formative years. And especially in terms of political participation, voting, and other types of participation, also political values and ideology, and political values, basically, and values have been shown to be different. But a lot of those generational studies focus on national contexts, and generations are often shaped by distinct national contexts, such as the Vietnam War and Watergate in the US, Thatcher and Tony Blair in the UK, and so forth. But we want to take a global perspective, because theories of sort of democracy in crisis or erosion of trust are global in nature, although they differ, of course, between countries and regions. So we start by asking how could we define global generations of political trust, and we start by saying they will be sort of exposed to similar political climates, political events, and practices. So they might tend to adopt similar orientations towards government. And what might these be? We identify 3 possible mechanisms, and we are open to other suggestions or doubts about these. We think about general global economic developments, as the first mechanism, global democratization waves, and actually related to those, we have sort of the World War and the Second World War and the Cold War, and also institutional and regime context is likely to sort of shape. Basically, all types of institutional contexts are likely to shape political trust, but we are here focusing on to what extent do citizens live in a liberal democracy or not. And so, to expand on these three mechanisms a bit, so we focus on the shift from materialist to post-materialist values, which has been kind of shown fairly comprehensively by Ronald Inglehart and others, in that younger and more educated and affluent generations have become more generally skeptical of government and concerned with values of autonomy, self-expression, direct democracy, environmental concerns, equality, and so forth. And this has led, arguably, to the rise of critical citizens, a term by Pippa Norris, that increased democratic aspirations. They have sort of higher expectations of democracy, and so these citizens are met with greater disappointment. So our first hypothesis is simply because post-materialism is a sort of development over the decades, that older cohorts will have higher levels of political trust than younger cohorts who are more post-materialistic, because they're more post-materialistic, the younger cohorts. Secondly, we think about waves of democratization studied by Huntington, of course, and Gunitsky. And these demarcate breakpoints in sort of the global order, the global democratic political order. And following the first hypothesis, we would expect the World War II generations to be more positive, more trusting than younger generations. But we'd expect the generation that came of age during the third wave to be even more critical, because the end of the Cold War and the third wave of democratization may have created even higher expectations of democracy, and also related to the sort of neoliberal hegemony that followed after the fall of communism, basically, or the Soviet Union. So we expect that the generation of citizens coming of age in that time will have even lower levels of political trust than previous generations. Of course, these expectations are a little bit up for debate, so it would be interesting to hear what you think. Finally, we expect regime context to matter. And for now, we simply expect that generational differences will not be the same in liberal democracies and in other types of regimes. Those are the two broad categories that we look at for now, although that would, of course, require sort of further research. And we expect that differences might be even higher in non-liberal democracies, although you might expect the reverse. But our argument is that more authoritarian states with more critical younger citizens, they should be even less trusting of non-liberal authoritarian regimes. So that's the third hypothesis. For these, we use data from all waves of the World Values Survey and the European Values Study from 1981 and to 2020, basically. And we look at measures of trust or confidence in parliament, government, and political parties, but we focus on trust in parliament because that's been measured in all waves since 1981. So it's better suited to sort of longitudinal period analysis and cohort analysis. But we also look at government and political parties. This is a very big data set and it has these consistent measures over time, which allow us to disentangle generational differences from the effects of life cycle being of a different age and of period effects, which basically affect different generations equally at each point in time. And we, of course, need to decide how we define those generations, and that's not an entirely straightforward issue. So we start with a common categorization that's been used in prior research on political generations, but we combine it into broader categories to fit our sort of theoretical expectations. So the first generation is interwar or war generations, basically the oldest cohorts, born between 1900 and 1945. And that's defined by their formative years, which generally are defined as roughly 20 years of age. So that's kind of formative years between 1920 and 1965. Then we have the post-material generations, born between 46 and 68. And then the third wave generation, born between 69 and 2000. We start by presenting descriptive trends. We then use multi-level APC regression models to disentangle these effects. And they're run on 3 levels: country, survey, respondent, and we allow the effects of year and cohort to vary at the country level. And we use an interaction term for Freedom House status for the third hypothesis. And then I might present other stuff if I have time, which I'm starting to doubt. Here is the descriptive trends by cohort in the countries that are included in all 7 waves of the study, of the data set. And here you see, perhaps unsurprisingly, that it's a different story depending on which country you look at. So some countries like Japan, Spain, South Korea, Germany, to a lesser extent, have clear cohort differences. Whereas, for instance, the US appears to have mostly a trend of decline with minimal cohort differences. And if we go forward, we have those countries included in 6 waves. Again, similar story. Some countries have clear cohort differences, others definitely not. The UK seems to be at a bit of a in-between. There are clear cohort differences in the early part, then not so much. So it's a bit of a mixed picture. Again, for those included in 5 waves, we have similar. Iceland, where I'm from, Ukraine, and other, well, mostly those in this graph, maybe Italy, have clear cohort differences, other not so much. So it's a muddled and mixed pictures in that picture, and that's not surprising. And that's in line with all previous studies that cross-national differences are very important. But that should not mean that we give up. It just means that we use statistics and multi-level models to extract the sort of the overall trends and cohort differences in the world in these 116 countries included in our data sets to see if there is an underlying global trend and cohort differences. And there we control for different country inclusion, different country levels and trends, and different generational dynamics within each country. And so in these models, we control for year, age squared, and then look at the effects of being in each cohort. And these are odds ratios reported here. So as you can see, there is, because under values under 1 are negative effects. So there is a clear trend of decline in all 3, perhaps not government, measures of trust, but there are also clear cohort differences. So basically being in a post-material generation means you're about 88% as likely to be trusting in parliament. This is a binary measure. We collapse the measure to be as trusting in parliament as if you were of an older generation. But the third wave generation does have lower levels of trust than the oldest generation, but not lower, consistently at least, than the post-material generation. So basically, yeah, the hypothesis 1 seems to be supported, but hypothesis 2 about the third wave generation being even less trusting is not. Here we have the interaction term for types of regime, and those are at the bottom here, free countries times post-material interaction term. And here we have a positive coefficient or odds ratio, meaning that actually generational differences are considerably smaller in liberal democracies than in other regimes. They're larger in non-liberal democracies as we expected, but we're not sure about. So that's an interesting finding that I think would need further research. And I know I'm over time now, so I'm not going to go into this is a margins plot, but it's not from exactly the same models because data is not running those complex models for me, so I had to simplify them. Here you can at least see that liberal democracies have generally lower levels of trust, but in both groups, the trend of decline kind of dwarfs the generational differences, but it should be noted that in these models, the generational differences are smaller than in the more sophisticated models. So I've been over this, and here are just questions that I'll leave for Q&A. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Victor. I don't know, it's just maybe you broke up slightly on your final point, but I'm sure we can return to that in
okay.
Q&A. Okay, thank you very much. I will move swiftly on to Lawrence.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can see you. We can see you and hear you. Victor, you might
Okay, that's good.
stop sharing your slides, Victor, and hopefully Lawrence can share his.
Yeah, I just wanted people to see my questions.
That's a start. It's going to do entire screen. I'll have to put that in the corner.
Your screen.
No, hang on, I can hide that entirely. I need to mute. Sorry, I'm very much thinking aloud here.
I think
mute Julie's shared sound.
I think you.
Okay, so
you shared your console.
The situation is now. I just need to get this up full screen.
Okay.
How is that looking? The problem is I can't.
No, you're just showing your console at the moment. It's sort of like a infinite. Yeah, it kind of goes on to the distance. Are you able to share? You can share the app, I think, if that's right.
Sorry. So was there a moment there when it was okay? I can't think of a way to actually.
Zach saying, can you move your slides onto your main screen?
I think the trick might be, but I'm not quite sure how it looks on your end to open the PowerPoint presentation or the presentation and then share the full screen. I don't know if that's what you just aim to do.
So now, are you seeing the?
No, we can see other.
So you see the PowerPoint.
No.
No, we still just see the
Lawrence, I'm able to share them. Lawrence, is the version of the slides the one from the paper folder with just the update on 1st of September? Is that the one?
Yeah, because you're viewing the file.
Yeah. If you want to, I'll do what I did with the presentation with Jane earlier. If you stop sharing your screen, I'll share it, and hopefully I can get it working.
I also have it here, I think.
Okay, I'll hang on.
So it's the presentation. Is there a geography of this content? Is that correct?
That's one.
Yeah, I got it, but there it is.
How's that?
That looks better. Yep. We see it
okay,
now.
Lawrence, if you just say next slide.
Yep. Okay, I will do.
So I'll not through. Okay.
It's currently not on the screen. It's currently in the presenter mode where you sort of see the next slide. I mean, it's visible, but it's not in full presentation mode.
Yeah, if you back out of it.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay.
Just press ESC.
Yep. Sorry.
Go to slideshow and just. I mean, we can see that, but you could just go slideshow from the beginning.
Is that better?
Oh no, it just does presenter mode again. I don't know why it does that.
Hang on. No. There we go. Is that better?
Yeah, I think that's as good as we're going to get.
Okay.
Okay, so the situation now is, because we have this weird setup, I won't be able to hear you during this, but I suppose I can just see the hop-in chat, because I don't have to have PowerPoint up on my screen.
No, can you see the slide? I think as long as you can see the slides, just tell me when to move across, and I'll listen and let me know.
Okay.
And do you see us also, like the other windows? Like, do you see me, for instance? No.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Okay, so we can gesture if need be.
Oh, I suppose that'll work. Okay. So you're going to go silent for me, but we'll look out for that.
Okay.
All right. Let's get going. Okay, so hi everyone. Sorry for that kind of kerfuffle. I still see there are 18 people in the room, which I'm quite astonished by. It's my pleasure today to be on this panel presenting our paper, Is There a Geography of Discontent? The Urban-Rural Trust Gap in Global Perspective. So essentially, the idea of a geography of discontent is something that has emerged in the recent literature, particularly attributed, the phrase coined by Philip McCann in relation to regions that voted for Brexit and how that was linked to being economically left behind. And also very much linked to the work of Rodriguez Posey and the idea of the revenge of places that don't matter. The broad phenomenon that is being described here is one where the rural areas, perhaps not purely rural areas, but areas outside of big cities, especially rural areas, are seen to be supportive more of the populist and outsider candidates and have lost faith in the establishment, whereas urban areas are at least more accepting of the establishment. And this is seen to be illustrated not just by events like Brexit and voting patterns across Europe and the US, but also causes like the Gilets jaunes protests. Now, there is empirical support for this from recent political science research in the context of Europe, including several single country studies and a couple of EU-wide studies, which do suggest that rural areas are lower in political trust. While on the other side of the pond, there is growing literature on rural resentment, spurred by the work of Kathy Kramer in particular, which describes how rural areas appear to be dissatisfied with how they're politically represented. They feel that urban elites kind of look down on them, and it describes this broad bundle of resentments. But what is kind of lacking here is a more kind of global and comparative perspective, both in relation to what is the geography of discontent in the developing world and developing regions, and how robust are these findings in relation to the developed world and developed regions when we look at other data. Next slide, please. So, although it does seem like the dominant studies and analyses of this come from Europe and the US, there are a handful of studies that cover Africa, Latin America, and China that have been rather overlooked in the political science literature so far, although they are rather recent, so perhaps not unexpected. China, in the case of China, a study by Wang and Yu find that although urban areas are more affluent and tend to have higher levels of education, which might tend to lead to higher political trust, it seems that actually it's rural areas that are more trusting of government institutions. While in Africa and Latin America, these areas that are more remote are higher in trust, even though they have this major deficiencies in service provision. And so there's perhaps an interesting paradox here where the story in the developing world is perhaps not fitting the conventional wisdom. That's even though those such as Rodriguez Posey describe this as a global phenomenon of rural discontent, right? They talk about countries such as Thailand, where the rural areas kind of support more kind of left-wing populists as opposed to urban areas supporting a more establishment side of the equation. And so, and they talk in terms of, you know, these are areas that in the developing world are being left behind in much the same way, that they're suffering from agglomeration economics where the benefits of growth go to the big cities and so on. And so it's interesting to find that there's these sort of contrasting takes on, is this global or is this contextually specific? And is there some divide between developing and developed worlds? And so our hypotheses, we essentially are writing a descriptive paper here where we don't argue particularly strongly for either side. We're just very interested in working out what is the pattern across these levels of development. And so we propose two contrasting sets of hypotheses. One is essentially this kind of conventional wisdom that living in a rural area will be associated with lower levels of political trust at all levels of human development. But on the other hand, we propose two hypotheses which suggest that there are contrasting effects on either side of the equation. And our approach to this is to use a large cross-national study using the World Value Survey with over 100 countries and 240k respondents, at least in the most expansive version of the model. Now, that sounded very impressive when I put it into the PowerPoint, although it's just been perhaps blown away by Victor's 650k, but still hopefully a pretty large sample size to be working with. So I'll move on to talking about measurement, and forgive me if I dwell on this a bit much, because it's kind of the aspect of the paper that I think is the strongest suit, and an aspect that I'm pretty excited about. In the context is a pretty, measuring context, and particularly urban-rural context, is a major issue in political geography. And we think that some of the, now one approach to this is to use a subjective approach, right? So you're just asking respondents in your survey, do you think you live in a rural area, a city, a small town, and so on and so forth? And that hasn't been treated as problematic, but it seems to, questions seem to have been raised about this by a study by Nemreva and Rogers, who at least find that in the context of the US, respondents seem to often quite often make errors describing urban areas, when they live in an urban area, describe it as rural. So on that basis, we have quite a preference for a more objective approach to measuring urban-rural, and to, but there's also some issues here, right? In terms of, this is generally based on census data. So you know from a survey where someone lives, and then you can link it up to census data, and then that census data might have an urban-rural classification. But actually, questions have also been raised about this kind of approach in political geography as well, because how large these units are and how the boundaries are drawn seems to affect the accuracy of classifications. And also, when you're doing a cross-national study, it's important to have a comparable approach, but actually these studies take wildly different approaches to measuring urban-rural. So our solution to this is to link our respondents who are geolocated in the WVS Wave 7 survey to urban-rural classifications, which have been derived on the basis of satellite imagery. Next slide, please. So essentially, we escape this census trap by linking this to de Gerber classifications, which classify each cell as urban and rural, those cells being 1 square kilometer in size. So we can locate people very precisely and then give them quite a precise urban-rural classification. And then we find that, because this is quite an innovative approach, we think that it's quite important to establish the validity of this. It does seem to have convergent validity with WVS coders. It matches logically, so rural areas have much higher proportion of people who work on farms, for example. So that's very logical. It correlates well with country level data on urbanization. Next slide, please. On the other hand, the equation, this is a trust panel, so we'll probably get some quite strong opinions on how you can measure trust. And our approach is to try to tick everyone's particular box in this, because trust can be measured through responses on single items such as trust government, parties, parliament. You can also treat it as a kind of latent construct, and we do both of those, and we devise 2 reliable scales. So essentially we have 8 different outcome variables that we test our theories on. Next slide, please. We also have several controls, age, gender, income, and education at the individual level. This is quite a parsimonious effect to testing something we're quite interested in, which is there a compositional effect that might explain an urban-rural divide, and it might explain how it works across levels of human development. And then at the country year level, we have measures of economic growth, corruption, and country population. I can talk about all of those in more detail if you're interested. The models use a multi-level structure. We account for the country level effects, and then we include random slopes for the effects across countries, and a lot of these slightly dull technical details that I can get into in the Q&A if you want to drill down into this. but I think what you'd be more interested in hearing about is our results. Our approach is to interact the urban-rural classification with the level of human development. That's HDI seen on the x-axis, and then on the y-axis on the left is the effect of rurality on political trust. A effect, above 0, a positive effect is that it increases trust. And our findings suggest that if you're in a low development context, then rurality tends to have the effect of increasing trust. So that fits with some of the studies we've been seeing out of Latin America, for example, but does not fit with the theories of the likes of Rodriguez Poza, etc. Whereas at the high levels of human development, we are actually finding null effects of rurality on political trust. So it's actually quite surprising given that is the dominant finding in the literature to date. Next slide, please. One problem with the prior analysis is that we don't have the geocodes for many countries, and in the WS data, we don't have many European countries with the geocodes. So we're not actually getting a very good sample of the high development context. So what we can do is we can switch to a measure that looks a bit like de Gerber, that uses the same cutoff, but just takes the population cutoff from WS Coder's measure of town size, as opposed to de Gerber. So what this does for us is this unlocks the WS waves back to wave 2, and then gives us that mega 240K sample. And what we're seeing here is that this has the same pattern as before. So we're pretty confident it's not an artifact of the time context, the number of countries, and so on. Next slide, please. So to drill down into some details of the results, is this contextual or compositional? It looks like some of our compositional factors explain about 30% of the effect, but we can't definitively say that this is definitely a contextual effect doing the remainder, because we don't know if we got all the compositional effects. You don't know if you can ever really measure all of those. We also did some analysis within world regions to see whether what the effect would be if we looked at, different parts of Europe and then Africa, Asia, and so on. Now, it sort of looks like there's only one area where of the high development context where rural is doing the thing that we expect it to do, which is Western Europe. Would be interested to hear your thoughts on why Western Europe might be an exception here. Particularly notable is US and Canada having no effect, and particularly the US given all this literature on rural resentment. But we think this is perhaps hiding changes in the effect over time, because it seems that this is linked to partisan control. When we did some analysis in the General Social Survey, we can go back to 1974, and we actually see the effect of rurality changes a lot over time, where rural areas tend to be less trusting when Democrats are in power and more trusting when Republicans are in power. So it just nets out to a null effect. So in conclusion, the findings don't quite fit either the sort of conventional wisdom that we're going to see rural resentment across the globe, or the pattern of the existing literature in the high development context were not as low trust in rural areas as we expected. Why might we see this kind of positive effect of rurality in developing countries and regions? We want to leave that mostly up for debate. However, in the conclusion, we speculate that in these rural areas, driven by discussions in the likes of the Brinkoff paper, there does seem to be a tendency for more deference to authority, whereas critical citizenship, which we just heard discussed, seems to be more located in the urban areas. And in those most developed countries and regions, why would we see this finding that rural areas don't seem to be that different? Well, one factor is, although you might live in a different environment, you don't live in a fundamentally different political context necessarily, in that you live in a very nationalized politics and media sphere. And perhaps that means that location just doesn't matter as much as we might think it would. However, that's all kind of speculation. We'd be interested to hear your thoughts, but our key takeaway is that the geography of political trust seems to depend on development. And this is something that needs to be accounted for more in the literature. Thank you very much for listening. We look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Lawrence. I hope I kept to time on the presentation. Right, I will jump in swiftly, and hopefully I can share my window if I can get it right. Let me know if this is, I'll put it to slideshow from the beginning. Is that showing okay? Is it giving preview or not?
Showing good.
Okay. Great. Okay. Well, I will try and keep myself to time, but please, someone shout at me. Victor or Lawrence, shout at me if I speak anything over 15 minutes, as I'm prone to normally. So, this is a paper with Jen Gaskell and Jerry Stoker from our TrustGov project, and a little bit of a contrast to the previous papers. It draws on qualitative analysis from focus groups that we conducted in 8 countries, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a moment. And it's been, just to say, it's been actually great fun. All the members of the team have sat in on focus groups, virtual focus groups, a little bit like this. We're all sat in our offices, sitting rooms, bedrooms, watching people talk about politics all over the world, sometimes with snacks and a glass of wine, which is a good way to do focus groups, I can tell you. And we've been wanting to understand the way in which citizens make evaluations of the trustworthiness of politicians and the untrustworthiness of politicians. And obviously there is a huge literature of which, you know, we on the team have contributed a little bit to about cynicism in politicians. And so we're interested in the idea almost of the trustworthy politician as an oxymoron, a contradiction, and I'll talk you through some material. And so, and think about that in the context of theories of dirty and untrustworthy politics. You know, there are probably no political theorists here, so I can refer to that literature a little bit. You know, ideas that, you know, power corrupts and absolute, politicians are not trustworthy because for reasons such as power corrupts. Politicians may be untrustworthy because politicians face competing interests, often hugely complex problems involving trade-offs, and also that governing involves high stakes and requires compromise bargaining in a way that we don't in our normal lives. You might be trustworthy on an individual basis, but if you're in politics, you're having to engage in deals, in deal-making, bargaining, nefarious activities that go beyond the realm of what we might expect about people's integrity in private life. And some of the solutions that are often from political theory are, for example, denial of the problem, the belief that, you know, people's personal and their public morality should match. Other solutions relate to good governance, the tying of those dirty hands through transparency, accountability mechanisms, delegation to experts. An alternative model is sort of sanctioned hypocrisy, the idea that politicians maintain a public image, which is a mythical one, and citizens forgive transgression. So it's a collective lie that we tell ourselves, or whether it all comes down to cynicism, that we all just have a realist view that's all fair in politics. This is just what has to be done in politics. You can't be trustworthy to be a politician. And so in the focus groups I'm going to talk about, we're interested about how citizens recognize and resolve the problems of the dirty hands of politics. So just to give you a little sense of our methodology, for this study, we are drawing on 52 online focus groups. Obviously, during the period of our project, the pandemic hit, and we had to have a significant shift in our methodology from the plan to do face-to-face groups to online. But actually, the real benefit of that has been that we've been able to observe many more groups than we would have otherwise done, and some of which were in foreign language through real-time translation. Our analysis, I'll talk a little bit about the case selection, is drawn from a quite diverse set of countries: the UK, the USA, Australia, Italy, Croatia, Argentina, the Philippines, in Zimbabwe, which we chose to have a kind of good global mix and a range of regimes. And we are drawing on 311 participants in total. The focus groups went on for 2 hours in total. Apparently the Philippine ones went on even longer. The facilitators really kept it going a very long time. And the focus groups, just in general, I won't be talking about material from all of them. They generated a huge amount of material, organized into 3 sections, really. The first was about people's general trust in politics and government. We then had a section about trust in the crisis in the context of COVID, asking about government's handling of the pandemic, also things like vaccines and so forth. And the third section was looking at questions about trust in divided societies, about the kind of the significant and most dominant, kind of political issues that divide societies and how trust was formed in those contexts. Just to say very briefly on our case selection, it really was just designed to be a most different type of democracies, a mix of kind of high income and lower middle income countries, a mix of governance systems, from presidential to parliamentary, and also a mix of fragmentation. And in terms of the dominant cleavage in society, we were looking for somewhere the divides were intensifying, US, UK, somewhere they're stable, Australia, Italy, Argentina, and some where those divides, cleavages are said to be de-escalating, Zimbabwe and Croatia. Just to note on that category of divides that it is quite prone to rapid changes, especially as a result of the pandemic. So this was a classification from the Fragile State Index and World Bank in 2019. So just to say a little bit more about the exercise we used and the material we have, the benefit of using online is that we get on video, transcripts, translated transcripts and slides. And one of the things that we learned through the pandemic about doing online focus groups was that exercises that are a little bit more interactive are really important in terms of engaging participants, because online, otherwise, essentially, the risk of focus groups is that actually you get not a lot of interaction. It's almost like a kind of series of one-on-ones with the facilitator at the center. And these exercises we developed really were a way to prompt and stimulate discussion. And so one of the exercises that I'll be talking about material from was where we gave people a couple of PowerPoint slides, which show, as you can see on the screen, and we said to people, asked people to think about the trustworthy politician and an untrustworthy politician at separate points in the discussion, and we asked them essentially, and let's fill out this kind of picture of what a trustworthy politician or an untrustworthy politician is thinking. That's the light bulb. What they're feeling, that's the heart. And what are they doing? That's the kind of action clipboard at the bottom. And it was a really, it was quite a powerful way of getting citizens to start thinking about what were the traits and attributes of politicians that they thought were trustworthy and untrustworthy. We also asked, as part of the discussion, to what extent people trusted the current government to manage the COVID crisis effectively. And that's broadly what I'm going to talk to you about today. I've got a lot of slides of Jen Gaskell gave me a lot of qualitative material, which I'll skip through, and some of which I will not speak to all of, but I'll be very happy to share the slides afterwards. So let's just start with the trustworthy politician. And I think the real fun of this material is it's quite entertaining watching people talk about politicians, obviously. So, and there's quite a lot of laughter in these groups, so in our first group up on the Argentinian focus group, the moderator said, well, okay, let's imagine a trustworthy politician. And I guess these are all pseudonymized identities. It doesn't exist. In Australia, Jordan says it's hard when it's a fictitious character. Luca in Croatia, a politician that I can trust. That sounds very good, but personally, based on my age and experience in life in Croatia, I believe that is an oxymoron. And in the UK, does that sound, asked to sum up about this identity of what a trustworthy politician looked like? One of the participants said it was a pipe dream. So just to give you a sense of a summary of what we were finding in the frequency of mentions of different characteristics, by frequency of mention by participants. So 33% means that a third of participants mentioned this characteristic. Politicians who are trustworthy if they were considered to look out for the greater good. A third of them, just over a quarter, who were considered trustworthy. A trait was mentioned about coherence of words and actions. It was actually, watching the groups, it was incredible how often people, the participants would say, a trustworthy politician does what they say. They deliver on their promises. It was incredibly kind of powerful. During the groups, we'd have a team WhatsApp group. Whenever they said that, we'd kind of tweet in the WhatsApp group, they're at it again. Because it was not just the trait that was recurring, it was the way it was spoken about. Having integrity was also associated with being trustworthy. practical improvements, effective policies, a kind of competence perspective, which would be good news to Jane Green and myself. That was about a fifth of participants. So these were the kind of dominant trustworthy traits. And just I will skip through some of these, but I think this idea of the greater good, someone who wants the best for everyone, in our Australian groups, someone not committing themselves to a single party, but if they were almost neutral, didn't think about the party's values and thought instead about what the general population would need in one instead. It reminded me a lot of some of the material that we looked on in our project on mass observation data, where people often like politics and government without parties. In terms of coherence and consistency, the sort of language we were dealing with is that what he thinks and what he does seems to be the same things, setting achievable goals, fulfills their promises from the Philippines, and then integrity, is about honesty. You're not honest, you're not trustworthy. So it's really kind of telling the truth is a really kind of significant factor that was a recurring feature of what was considered a trustworthy politician. Now we turn to an untrustworthy politician. We normally did this, I think, if I recall right, afterwards. Politicians, the citizens found this a lot easier, and we can see from this Argentinian group, I think it's more complete than the trustworthy politician. Laughing, this Joaquin, because of history, memory. There's kind of this idea that the kind of people's experience of politics leads them to see untrustworthy politicians as kind of prevalent and common. You can see in the UK groups, when they're discussing the traits of the untrustworthy politician they've drawn, Damien says it sounds like every politician we know. And the moderator in the US group saying, do you notice how much faster you are coming up with things for the untrustworthy politician? One participant says it's so easy. And then we get, another participant saying it's sort of sad, kind of expressing regret. So in terms of the traits that were mentioned in terms of the untrustworthy politician, again, from previous survey research, they're not so surprising to me that, ideas of politicians being self-interested, corrupt, hitting well over a third of participants identify those traits. Feelings of superiority, I think, is actually quite interesting about that. That seemed to come out, the politicians being above, feeling superior to citizens, a lack of follow through on their promises. So we have this kind of these two images of the trustworthy and untrustworthy politicians. Are self-interested, are just thinking of themselves. Actually, again, you can see there the language across different countries is incredibly recurrent and common, just helping themselves, thinking about themselves. In this discussion in Argentina, you didn't say the politician is corrupt, and Andrea says we took that one for granted. It's kind of almost built in, and superiority is also linked to arrogance, not concerned about people. Actually, it's quite interesting in terms of thinking about this, that the labels and the categories we use to categorize the discussions actually potentially quite difficult to come up with in a way that don't end up steering how we present the data. Just to say a little bit more, because I'm conscious that I will speak for too long if I go over another couple of minutes. One of the themes that came up a lot during discussion of how the government was handling the COVID pandemic was the idea of extenuating circumstances, the idea that it was very difficult. One of the features of the material is that, and I think conducting the focus groups in a time of crisis, I think elevated levels of latent trust and the view of politicians and governments and benevolent. And what we had in the focus groups is that in the screening survey before people were invited to the groups, we had a mix of people who were asked questions that we've developed previously that were associated with trust, mistrust and distrust. So kind of ideas around more positive assessments of trust. Mistrust is about being skeptical or monitoring government. Distrust is about effectively feeling negative towards government. And we found that those participants who were identified as truster in the screening tended to both be more positive about the outcomes and the policies and the conduct of how the government was handling the crisis, a little bit, marginally more the trusters and the mistrusters and distrusters, pretty small numbers blaming others. But actually, in some ways, what's a feature across all these different types of participants was actually the structure of their assessments of how government was handling the pandemic was incredibly consistent. So just to kind of skip through these, the idea of blaming others is about government trying to doing its best. That it's actually just really a difficult job. A lot of people talked about not wanting to put themselves in the shoes of politicians, that during the crisis they were kind of willing to trust them because it was a really difficult job. Just to sum up, I think what was most striking from the focus groups, and I think one that we've been grappling a little bit in terms of writing up, was actually the remarkable consistency across countries. We designed it as a comparative study, cross-national study, interested in getting at cross-national differences. And there are some there that we'll pull out. But in terms of the way that citizens talked about the traits of what a trustworthy and untrustworthy politician was, they're incredibly recurrent. I think there were some differences, I would say, in terms of being untrustworthy, in terms of corruption, in kind of in very explicit terms. But actually, the general traits were incredibly common. And there was similar consistency in thinking that this does not match the reality of politics and politicians. So that kind of hardwired disappointment in the way that citizens interact with politics was very clear. And we do see a little bit of variation among people who identify their positions as trusting, mistrusting, and distrusting. So of those who identified themselves with a trusting position before, they tended to identify existing circumstances compared to those who had about half, 25% of those with a distrusting position. So we did see a little bit that if you were at a basic level more likely to be a trusting person, you were more likely to identify extenuating circumstances and how governments were handling the pandemic. But those top extenuating circumstances for politicians are similar across all groups. So, the question is, how do citizens resolve the problem of dirty politics? Well, we had these solutions from the political theory at the start about denial, good governance, sanctioned hypocrisy and cynicism. Well, actually, from the citizen perspective, it's a lot messier. There's a large willingness to trust, which may have been exacerbated in the context of the COVID crisis. I think it would be quite interesting to go back in a few years' time to run the same groups to see if we got the same sorts of latent trust, or whether that kind of negative affective distrust was really much more dominant. There were perceptions of some good results in terms of managing the pandemic, obstacles, politicians facing no other choice. The citizens were recognizing the difficulties of politics. And so the COVID crisis, just to close, I think shows that people can tolerate kind of the dirty politics in the language of the political theorists, but that doesn't remove their desire for change in politics and their disappointment with the way that politicians behave. And I will stop sharing, and I hope I have kept relatively to time. So thank you very much. And I think next up is to hand over to Victor for the final presentation.
Indeed. Thank you very much. Can you see me? I can't see myself, but...
No, we can't see you yet.
No, you'll need to leave or something, or...
I can turn mine off, and I've stopped sharing my screen. Stephen may be able to...
I'm not sure why you wouldn't be able to switch on the camera. Can you try and switch it on? There's these little icons towards the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, it all should be switched on. Do you mind if I refresh my screen? That worked last time.
Yeah, maybe. Otherwise, I can sort of, you can try and leave and come back.
Yeah.
Okay, hopefully Victor will come back shortly. In the meantime, please don't hesitate to ask any or put your questions in the Q&A tab.
says, no, Vic, sounds like Victor's from the chat. It might be an issue with his connection. Unfortunately, this is one presentation I'm not able to give to the slides, so it's a paper with Dan Devine. We'll give Victor a minute or two, and if not, we can switch to Q&A and switch back when Victor returns. Just give him a moment.
I do have the presentation as a backup, but
it's I think we need Victor online because it's a paper that Victor and Dan have written,
but we could hear him.
Well, yeah, but he's not here now. Disappeared. Give me 30 seconds, and if not, Lawrence, we might look at a couple of questions for your paper from Zach and Patrick if Victor doesn't reappear.
Yeah, in the meantime, I downloaded the presentation, but to have that as a backup at least. But let's hope that Victor can come back.
While we're waiting, Lawrence, do you want to pick up those questions from Zach and Patrick? I can also chime in, but you want me to start? Do you want me to read them out, or can you see them?
No, I can see them.
Yeah.
So, Zach asks, yes, Lawrence, does the electoral system play a role here? Maybe more rural resentment in Western Europe as PR, so rural areas less politically influential contra US, UK. So that's a really interesting thought, actually. So I'm sorry, I need to just mute the shared sound because I'm feeding back on myself, but you can't hear it. So that's a really interesting thought. I did, in the first instance, control for electoral system just in these kind of broad, like PR mixed first past the post. But it all looked very messy. And so I stopped putting it in the models after a certain point because it's very confused how liberal countries and the electoral systems interact. So it looks like electoral system is having a big role, but actually it just is very implausible because it's just like electoral system and liberal democracy are too tightly linked. So there's a bit of messy stuff there with what the electoral system does. But I do think this fundamental point about power and influence is really interesting. But I think it's going to vary how much first past the post is actually going to make rural areas more powerful or not, and how much PR is going to suppress their power necessarily. So I'm not sure there'd be any sort of clean answer to what effects that would have. But it is something I'll try an interaction on that and see what pops out of it. And I'll get back to you if you're particularly interested in hearing about it. As for urban-rural status, so I suppose, Patrick, you're asking a question about identity. So your objective versus subjective classification. I think if you've got a good enough objective classification, then what is a subjective classification alongside that? And if it doesn't match, then what it might be is that subjective classification is actually rural identity or urban-rural identity and not urban-rural location. Now, that can be very interesting and important to measure. But the thing is that when you do that analysis and see what effect that has on the trust outcome, then, you know, it's kind of like all the literature in this space is quite informative. It's supposed to be informative for sort of social policy debates, and people are picking up on this literature and saying, oh no, we need to do something about this crisis of trust in rural areas. We need to invest more in their services and correct, you know, the excessive focus on urban areas in public policy. But actually then, but if that is based on subjective classifications, then you have a real problem of, you know, you might be building that kind of social policy argument even on kind of sand, right? So actually, I think what we're trying to do here is to, you know, is to look at the fundamentals for that reason, because it's the debates that we want to play into with this that are happening in the literature, even though that identity question is also really interesting to us. But thanks for the question.
Lawrence, I was going to say, I thought in some ways Patrick's kind of setting you up for, you know, based on the survey questions you're about to field in 7 countries, where we're asking people about their perception of their area, that actually where we will have objective data that we may be able to explore it a little bit more in detail, that kind of gap and what drives it. Victor is back with us, thankfully, and I'll hand over to a moment. I was just going to say to Zach's point about effects differing between the type of regime that a given generation was socialized in is a really good point. So, Victor, I don't know if you saw that question in the Q&A, but I think that's something for the generations paper we should definitely look at in terms of the kind of the periodization. So that's really great. Well, okay, Victor, thank you for making it back. And thank you, Lawrence. We'll come back to the Q&A. Ben's got a question there, but we'll let Victor present, and then we got until 3:15. So Victor, without any further ado, over to you.
Yes, the ado has been plenty. Thanks a lot. Because of technical issues, and apologies for those. So I am presenting a paper by Daniel Devine and myself. It's at Oxford, but couldn't be here today. He's actually first author on the paper, to be clear, even though my name is there. So it is on the stability and change of political trust. I think this nicely sort of relates to the other paper I was presenting, because there we were looking at over time changes in trust at a kind of generational level and generational differences. Here we're looking at over time changes in trust at an individual level within individuals. So start by talking a little bit about that, a little bit touch slightly on the existing evidence, then the data and methods, and we basically apply, well, 4 different methods to try and explore the stability of trust in our data sets. So our question is, how stable is political trust? An individual's political trust, not a country's or generations. So within individual. And we believe that this is kind of basically another way of asking, what is the nature of political trust? Again, we define it, same definition as earlier, definitions as sort of citizens' feeling about governing institutions and actors. And we ask, to what extent is political trust a kind of enduring quality of individuals, a disposition, a long-term sort of stable disposition? Or is it a judgment that's sensitive to social and political context at each point? Or maybe just a meaningless random response, as some early academics seem to believe. Of course, it could be each of these to an extent, but we're interested in learning to what extents. And so there is a long history of theories and research into these questions about political attitudes generally, whether they're meaningless, stable, or whatnot, especially since Converse and others. And early research on trust characterized it more as diffuse and durable, sort of a system legitimacy type thing, whereas specific support was of sort of evaluations of government performance was seen as more volatile, but trust in political institutions and actors was seen as diffuse. But later, more recent research describes political trust as volatile. And as I'll explain more, the sort of a lot of theories on political trust, the determinants of political trust, implicitly at least assume some volatility or sensitivity to context, to political context, to economic performance, media coverage, and so forth. So we argue that understanding the stability of political trust helps us evaluate these explanatory theories and understand the nature of trust. And so, as I said, are they enduring dispositions or results of ongoing updating of performance judgments, for example? And the more stable trust is, the less it responds to economic and policy performance, political events, and also efforts to build trust. So understanding this has implications for all of those. Also, if aggregate levels of political trust are changing, as seemed to be the case from my earlier presentation, to what extent is it due to generational replacement, hint, hint, versus individuals changing their minds, basically? So we believe this is important to understand. And as I said, different theories implicitly assume an inherent stability or volatility. And so we kind of arrange different theories on a spectrum from stable to, from assuming the most stable trust as most stable to most volatile. So on the most stable side are dispositional theories, which look at individual disposition, psychological personality traits, biological determinants of trust, which there are studies into. Slightly less stable, but still quite stable, are socialization theories, which I talked about earlier, generational change in early life socialization. So they can change in formative years, but they stay mostly stable throughout the rest of people's lives. Next are kind of institutional theories, which sort of focus on electoral systems and political institutions and the effects of them on trust. They are stable, but institutions can change. And next, we put policy theories, which are about sort of economic performance, economic contexts, and also policy performance, the policies of governments and so forth as determinants of trust. And finally, what we call event theories, which are the sort of most day-to-day theories about political scandals, media coverage, and sort of discrete events determining trust. So there are some studies using panel data, individual repeated observations of the same individuals over time to study trust. I won't go into detail. One looked at adolescents in Belgium and found it to be essentially stable by age 16, but it only went up to year 21, 21 years of age. Another showed that scandals seem to negatively affect political trust, at least for the short or medium term. And finally, there's one by Bauer that showed that experiencing unemployment actually had no effect on political trust, while it did affect other attitudes. But the panel studies of political trust are quite scant in the literature. So trust research has more or less been on the cross-sectional level so far, although of course there are exceptions. So we contribute to that gap by focusing explicitly on the stability of political trust as such, so not the sort of influence of particular factors, individual factors, but on the inherent stability, and also by using a lot of data from different countries. So we have 6 survey panel data sets from 5 countries. We list them here. The British election study panel has measures of political trust, comparable measures, in 16 survey waves over 6 years. We have from Switzerland, which has 14 waves over 20 years, so a long period. And in the Netherlands, the Dutch LIS survey has in 12 waves over 13 years. And then there's also the German longitudinal election study panel 2016 to 20, which has these have fewer waves. And we focus on the first 3 because having more waves allows us to more robustly estimate stability as opposed to sort of random fluctuation, volatility. And it also allows us to look at the potential effects of longer term factors like changing education levels of an individual or income levels and so forth. So it basically provides us with richer data, although of course longer periods can also be useful. So we focus on the top 3. The US voter study group was conducted between 2016 and 2020 in 4 years, 4 waves. And the US youth panel is a bit unique. It has measures in 3 waves conducted over 32 years. So first, when individuals were between 17 and 21, I think, and then 16 or 17 years later, and I forget the exact intervals, but it had very interspersed but a long period covered. So here's more information on the data. The question wordings, the measures differ slightly. I don't go into it here, but, well, they differ slightly. They differ considerably. But we looked at, for example, in lists, because it has measures of trust in government, parliament, and politicians, and the results don't vary really with which measure we look at. And all of these tap into the fundamental concept of political trust that I defined earlier. So we are sort of happy with that. Of course, you know, we would love to have the same measure in all data sets, but that's not the reality. And so we start by looking at within individual correlations between waves. So how well does an individual respondent's trust level in the first wave predict their trust level in the second wave and then the third wave? And we compare each wave to the first wave, to be clear. So we look at the correlations over time, basically, within individuals. Then we do within between models. Malcolm Fairbrother has kind of led on that. So we decompose the effect of different variables included in the data sets between individual and within individual variation to see if changes within individuals in other variables affect trust. Then we do so-called impact functions, where we look at the effects of major political events, such as Brexit and election results. And then we also do latent growth models, which is a way to basically statistically tell us the average change in individuals' trust over time. So this is within individual correlations of political trust by panel dataset. Excuse the slightly clunky y-axis. I literally realized last night that there weren't any, and I couldn't contact Dan, so I put them in a text box on the slide. So sort of a solution. As you can see here, the American panel data sets are very different. The stability of trust appears to be in those panel data sets very different from the other European data sets in Britain, Germany, Switzerland, and the Netherlands. So in all of those European datasets, the correlations between the first wave and subsequent waves start out to be between 0.6 and 0.7 Pearson's R, going, well, in 100 months, 200 months to maybe 0.4, 0.5 Pearson's R's, but still a moderate correlation. But in the US voter study group, it started off just in 1 year, the correlation within individuals of trust was only 0.35 or so. It should be noted that the first wave was conducted before Trump's election and the second wave after Trump's election, so that might explain something. And indeed, the correlations between the second and subsequent waves are a bit higher, but they're still around 0.4, so still lower than all of the other data sets. And the unique long data set of the US youth study has correlations just over 0.1. I believe the correlation between the second and third waves are 0.2 something, but still quite low. Of course, these were conducted decades apart in very turbulent times of political trust decline in the US, but it's still very noteworthy. So, as I was saying, it's reasonably stable over time across all of data sets except for the two conducted in the US. And yeah, this is, I basically kind of covered this. The US youth panel study had a correlation of 0.14, which is very little. We're slightly concerned about those results, but it's interesting. But it was conducted in 17 years apart. So first, when respondents were between 17 and 20 years, and then 17 years later. And here we graph just the European panel data sets to show the sort of more marginal differences between them. And there you can see that the British case, the British election study, actually does stand apart a bit there for how steeply the correlations decline over time. So in this period, tumultuous period in British politics, from 2014 to 2020. It started out in the first few waves. There was very high correlations over time within individuals, but they quickly declined quite steeply. Here are results from latent growth models. I'll be completely honest, I'm not an expert on those, and Dan ran those, but they can decompose the variation of the trust variables into overall variation, between individual variation, and within individual variation. And what I think is most interesting to highlight here is that the variation between individuals is in all three of these data sets. Oh yes, I should have noted here, and from now on, we start to look at the three richest data sets which have a dozen or more waves, because the analysis isn't really appropriate for the fewer waves. And so in these three, the British, Dutch, and Swiss panel data sets, the between variation is about 1/3 higher than the within individual variation in all cases. Don't know how much you make of that, but it's at least considerably higher in all cases. And the average rate of change is quite low. You can see the numbers there. I don't want to read them, but it's quite low in each case. And here you can see that these are LGM plots. So basically, each gray or black line is an individual respondent. The red line is the average, and you can see there's not much average change in any of the data sets. But of course, there is considerable variation, as we would expect. And this points us to, okay, there are different groups going in different directions, and that's something that future research should look into. Here we have within regression models on the data set. So we decompose the effects of political interest, for instance, between individuals and within individuals. Between individuals, the sort of variation in political interest is highly correlated and predicts political trust, unsurprisingly. Within individuals, it does actually. So if an individual changes their interest level over time, that is in most cases associated with changes in political trust. But of course, we don't know the causal direction of that relationship, and it's much weaker than the between individual. But interestingly, basically all other within individual effects are insignificant. In some cases, this might be due to lack of variation, but there is still some variation in these longer data sets. So in terms of like changing education levels, like becoming more educated, basically doesn't seem to have an effect. Getting higher income, becoming employed, or changing your employment status doesn't seem to affect political trust levels in these sort of 6, 10, 20, 6, 12, 20-year periods. Finally, the impact factors, which are, here we look at the Dutch data, because it's basically the only data where we have a variation in our time of election results. So this is losing or gaining incumbency status. So we code this variable as having become a supporter of an incumbent party, which is an incumbent majority, part of a majority government, or stopped being a supporter, but not if the individual changed their party identification, only if the party stopped being in government or entered government. I hope that's clear. So this is the results of elections, basically. You can see there is actually quite a substantial 0.5 or more on the 10-point scale decline in trust when your party loses incumbency status. The gain of gaining incumbency status is much lower, sort of smaller, but still sizable. But the important thing, we think, the most interesting thing, is that these differences seem to return to equilibrium in about 2.5 years. So then the effects seem to wane off. Here we look at the effects of Brexit, basically just by looking at trust levels by Leave and Remain vote. And there have been some considerable variations and basically a switch between Leave and Remain voters in recent times. But it's very hard to say if that is how permanent that change is. And the overall trust levels are still much more stable. But this, again, points out that different groups might be more volatile than others. So we would, in conclusion, and sorry I'm going over time a bit, say that trust is more stable than not is our is our finding. But the US is an apparent exception, but we're not entirely confident in the data sort of providing a clear conclusion on that. And trust can be quite volatile and does react to political events, but it's at least as stable in the medium to long run as other political attitudes, and we would say fairly stable. Differences between individuals are about 1/3 larger than within individuals. And here I'm basically just summarizing what I've already said. And here are some questions that I put forth for discussion. What should we make of the US exceptionalism? How should we determine whether political trust is stable or volatile, and so forth? But I'll stop now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Victor. We have just 5 minutes left. Fortunately, we had a little bit of time for questions in the technical interlude. I mean, I was just I'll jump right in, but please, people, do throw in any final QAs, questions you might have in the Q&A. Ben, I mean, I'm just going to respond to Ben's comment, Victor. Then I had a question for you, actually, which you can look in the Q&A. I mean, Ben, I think you're completely right that those negative attitudes about the attributes of politicians are ingrained, and they're very consistent with what we found in the analysis of mass observation archive material in the UK right over a very long period. And so I think there is something interesting there about why, how that kind of politicians who perform well or behave kind of honorably rubbing up against very negative baseline expectations. Just to say, we've got a survey experiment that's going into the field relatively soon, trying to tease out those effects. I think in 1 or 2 surveys, we've asked a kind of baseline about people's what they think, how they perceive politicians against these attributes, and then alternating the attributes of politicians according to some of these characteristics, so we can more systematically test the effects on of individual attributes on how they impact on perceived trustworthiness. Victor, as you saw my comment, I was just kind of wondering whether it seemed like you were using T1 as your baseline for stability, but I wondered whether you might want to have a measure of the kind of the average correlation between every T time point, because you could see why on one level, if you had a socialization study that was like, oh, I want to get people at age 16, 17 and then follow them through, well, that's sort of understandable. But I think in some of your panel studies, people are not 16 or 17. They can be like 50, 60, whatever. And you're then at the whim of political offense, right? So if you first observed someone in a BES panel at, in the immediate aftermath of a shock event like the referendum, and then they're kind of there, then they might subsequently revert to some previous equilibrium later on. So I would wonder if you have multiple panels, 3 panels, you take the correlation between T1 and T2 and T1 and T3 separately, and then that'll give you a better sense of the within individual level of variation rather than tying yourself to that initial baseline. I don't know if that makes sense, or I'm right.
It's an interesting thought. I think I understand. It's so we haven't tried it. We might try it. So do you mean like for time point 2, would we take the average of the correlation of T2 with T1 and T3 and T4 and T5 and then take the average of those? Yeah, well, would be an interesting definitely analysis to run. I think personally, I think we would stick with this as the main presentation because we like the sort of illustration of over time and how the correlation changes over time. So, we have this baseline time points, but when you go further away from it, how much does the correlation decline? But it would be definitely interesting to look at as well, the average correlation.
Do that because for every one of between T1 and T3, you have a temporal observation. Between T2 and T3, it's just it may be a robustness check, but I think it might be worth looking at.
Yeah, cool.
Sorry, I think Ralph had a question. I think for you, Victor,
yeah.
And then at which point we might close because I think we have a short break between panels.
Yeah, we didn't set out formal expectations or hypotheses about how stable or latent trust is. So we approach this as more of an empirical exploration than a test of empirical hypotheses. So we basically did not have prior preconceptions about how stable or latent trust would be. And as I mentioned at the end, it is a spectrum, so it is hard to like test with a clear cutoff point of supported or not supported hypothesis whether trust is stable or not, or stable or volatile. So yeah, we approach it more as in a kind of empirical exploration. I would say our finding, like I said, our findings are that it's more stable than not, if that means anything. But we do struggle a little bit with how to interpret the empirical findings sort of substantively, but we think it has value. Just the numbers, the statistics, the findings have value, however you might subjectively evaluate it. I see there's another question from Zach Grant. It's a very interesting suggestion about looking at the type of regime that a given generation was socialized in at their earlier point. So looking at the past, basically, for each individual generation, looking at if that has an effect. We haven't done it. It's an interesting suggestion. I probably will look at it. So thanks for that.
No, I responded to that when you were out of the room and said we should do that. So great. Well, I'm conscious that people will be back into panels in 14 minutes now, and now we're all in this world of running to our kitchens to make ourselves cups of tea instead of all mingling. Just to thank all the presenters. It's been strange chairing everyone for your own team, but hopefully thank you to the audience, and we'll see you all later on. And if you're interested in the research, please just drop us an email. We'll be happy to share papers as and when they're out. Great. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thanks to the audience.
Yeah.
But I'm excited to begin the presentation. So I'll begin with Building the Party on the Ground, the Role of Access to Public Office for Party Growth by Matthias Portner. Would you like to request, and then I'll approve you coming up on screen? Excellent.
Fantastic.
Sounds great. Okay, you can get started. I'm going to hop off the screen, and then you can just take it from there.
Let me share my screen with y'all. Can you see my slides?
That looks great.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Hannah.
Perfect.
Oh. All right. Well, thank you very much, everyone. I'm very excited to share this new paper on how the growth and institutionalization of new political parties is shaped by their access to public office early on. After 4 or 5 years of data collection, I now finally have a first draft of this paper, and I'm very much looking forward to your comments. So this is very much work in progress still. In democracies across the world, we see new political parties emerging frequently. While a few of them are successful in taking root in society, the vast majority of them disappear again quickly. So in this paper, I ask, how do new political parties grow and take root in society? And obviously, I'm not the first person to look at the growth and institutionalization of new parties. And prior research has shown how, for example, the ability to rely on social movement organizations is crucial in this context, and how strong, consistent party brands play a major role here. Prior research also has pointed to the importance of experiences of civil war or authoritarian repression. And also the mere passage of time can facilitate party building in nascent democracies. These factors are crucial to understand why some new parties are more successful than others, but they have a hard time accounting for variation in new parties' ability to take root across different areas of a country. So in this paper, I explore how new parties' ability to grow and take root locally is shaped by their level of access to elected office. And the idea here is that early access to office plays a crucial role for the institutionalization of new parties. So access to office around or through elected legislators helps new parties build local party networks that can then in turn mobilize new voters of the party. That's the argument I'm advancing here. And the idea is that in areas where a party gains this access early on, it grows quicker on the ground. This argument builds on earlier work on the origins of parties by Chet Snyder, Duverger, Aldrich, and others. And a lot of this earlier work implicitly assumes that access to public office plays an important role in the growth of new parties. In Schatzsnyder's words, the expansion of the parties from a caucus into the country hints at this idea. And I'm building on this notion by examining the mechanisms that drive the expansion of parties within the electorate and the often uneven growth of new parties in different areas of a country. And I try to test that rigorously. I test this argument in the context of a recently founded party in Mexico, Morena. This party, which was first registered as a party in 2014 and contested its first elections in 2015, has continued to increase its support among voters across the country and won the country's presidency in both chambers of Mexico's Congress of the Union in 2018. Much of the news coverage has focused on Andrés Manuel López Obrador, the president of the party and now president of Mexico, short AMLO, and his populist tendencies. But at the same time, and largely overlooked by the analysis thus far, largely unnoticed, the party has taken root locally across the country. During its first 4 years alone, the party managed to recruit about 440,000 members. That is about 0.5% of the total adult population, which is a membership rate comparable to mass parties in established democracies, such as the Social Democratic parties of Germany or Sweden, for example, and almost twice as high as that of more long-standing parties in Mexico, such as the PAN. And unlike other contemporary Mexican parties, such as the PRD or the PAN, Morena has been able to build a nationwide presence. So I'm trying to make sense of that in this paper. And to understand this development and explore how access to public office shapes the growth in this context, I take advantage of a unique feature of how Morena selects candidates. Usually, the level of access to office that parties have in a given area is driven by their prior level of support in that area. And to overcome this challenge, I explore Morena's use of random lotteries to select candidates for national public office. Morena selects 2/3 of its party list candidates for national deputies through publicly conducted lotteries from among local level activists. It's a rather complicated system. I can go into more detail in the Q&A if there are questions about it. But due to the random assignment of candidates' list ranks, which ultimately determines whether they get elected to office or not, the party randomly gained access to public office in some localities through an elected legislator from that same locality, whereas in other areas, the party did not obtain access to office. So the lottery effectively assigns elected deputies to some municipalities, which I use as a treatment group in this context, and non-elected candidates to other municipalities, which I consider a control group in this context. And this allows me to estimate the marginal effect of having a lottery deputy in office from a locality at time t on the party's growth and strength in the same locality at t+1. I discussed this in the paper, but there's very little potential for sorting here. These are closed lists, closed party lists. I can talk more about that if there are questions, but the idea is that the list rank ultimately allows very little leverage for candidates to sort into being elected or not. And the party has very little prior information about who ends up in office, given that this is the first time they're competing in elections. And unlike in most other mixed electoral systems, Mexican voters do not cast a separate ballot for deputies elected in the PR tier, and seat allocation was actually based on purely on the SMD votes, which are then aggregated at a larger multi-state constituency. More importantly, through dozens of information requests and a lawsuit under Mexico's general transparency law, I reconstructed the randomization procedure for the lotteries conducted in 2015. This is the first time the party contested an election. and connected them to electoral results in the 2018 general elections. And to explore the effect on local party institutionalization growth, I also analyzed the number of local Morena party members. To do that, I'm using a complete list of all Morena party members who joined before the end of 2018. I was able to acquire this list through an information request. And this also contains their date of joining the party and their municipality and state of residence. Just really quick, and there's a good balance in terms of the candidates who were elected and those who were not, are very similar with regards to their characteristics that they provide in their registration forms. And more importantly, municipality in the treatment group, the control group, are very similar with regards to a bunch of pre-treatment covariates. Most importantly, the number of party members at baseline. To account for slightly different assignment probabilities across municipalities, I use inverse probability weighting for all the estimates I'll show you today. In the paper, I also replicate the analysis with alternative estimation strategies, which yield virtually identical results. So what did I find? First, I found that Morena grew much more rapidly in localities where it gained access to office at random through elected deputies from these places. In municipalities in the treatment group, party membership grew about 2.4 times as much as in the control group. And as a result, the party developed a much stronger local presence on the ground in areas where it had gained access to office. It had a 39% larger membership in municipalities in the treatment group by the end of 2018 as a result. So how did that affect the subsequent elections? Here I find that these areas with a stronger party on the ground, in turn, also became much more successful at mobilizing new voters for the party in subsequent elections. Morena received about 5 percentage points more votes in localities where it had previously gained access to office at random. And this finding is particularly noteworthy given that incumbents could not run for re-election under Mexico's electoral laws at the time. So there's no incumbency advantage of the individual office holder or anything like that that could account for this. At the same time, I also find that in areas with a stronger party on the ground, Morena is particularly effective at winning over voters from its closest programmatic competitor, the PRD. And I also explore whether these increases in voter mobilization give the party a strategic advantage over important competitors. And here I find that on average, the party is able to build a sizable lead over its competitors in those localities as a result. So the clientelism literature might expect that parties' ability to mobilize a stronger following in areas where they have access to elected office might merely be the result of pork barrel politics. However, I found that Morena was successful building a party on the ground and subsequently mobilizing new voters, even though it lacked access to public funds to mobilize supporters in a clientelistic manner. So while patronage politics is widespread in Mexico, the specific context in which the lottery took place offered little opportunity for lottery deputies to target resources to their home localities. There are no discretionary funds in this context. The party at this point in time lacked legislative and executive control. They only had a very small number of deputies, didn't hold any senatorships, were in strong opposition to the administration under the pre-president at the time, and did not hold control over any state governments, which in the Mexican system, fiscal system, are crucial in order to transfer funds from the federal level to the local level. I also show that there's no significant difference, as we would expect, in the amount of non-formula based federal transfers received due to lottery representation. Instead, additional qualitative data that I collected through extensive interviews suggests that the election of locally embedded deputies allowed the party to take root locally. Their election allowed the party to tap into deputies' local networks and expand support on the ground. most lottery deputies held leadership positions in local civil society organizations, such as labor and peasant unions. And in the paper, I argue that these organizational networks offer crucial connections to voters, especially popular class voters, in the representatives' hometowns. The interviews revealed that most of the lottery deputies frequently visited their home communities back home and maintained very active ties to these local civil society organizations. And these organizations, in turn, play a key role in building a local ground game here. As a result of this increased exposure to the party through the locally embedded deputies, citizens not only became more likely to join the party, they also became more interested in the party and its candidates and deputies. For example, when analyzing data on Google searches, I find that constituents in municipalities with a lottery deputy became much more interested in the party and its representatives if they were represented by a lottery deputy compared to municipalities without an elected lottery deputy. All right, so I'm almost out of time here. Let me just restate. The main takeaway from this paper is that access to elected office can play an important role for new parties' ability to grow and take root locally. There's a crucial importance of local networks. These results speak to a growing body of research on the importance of such networks in electoral behavior. Party institutionalization through elite corporation of mobilized citizens seems to be at play here, whereas prior studies have often portrayed the development of new parties as a result of either top-down elite behavior or bottom-up mass politicization. This paper illustrates how both types of influences are crucial. The party grew most quickly in areas where it could rely on access to office to build local party networks that incorporated local groups of politicized citizens. All right, well, thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to your questions and comments.
Thank you very much. That was fascinating. Thanks for your presentation. I'm sure there'll be really good questions at the end of this for you. Okay, so moving on, we're going to go to independence in politics and the legitimacy crisis of democracy, the case of Chile. So Claudio, I think that's you. Matthias, if you could just click that leave button, you'll leave the screen and we'll bring the next speaker on. Okay. Excellent.
Hello?
Alrighty, we can hear you. Whenever you're ready, again, you can just click that little computer icon on the bottom to share your screen.
Yes. Okay, a question. I have a partner for this presentation, Daniel Grimaldi. It's in the background or not?
Oh, I can actually let him on too. So you can both appear on screen. Is that all right?
Let me check. Sorry.
Please request it as well. Is that okay?
Okay.
I mean, hello everyone.
Hi. Okay. I don't know which person. I don't know if anybody else can hear that sound. Can you guys hear the sound? Oh no. Oh, there we go. Okay, it's over. It's cool. Okay, you two can take over, and again, you'll have about 20 minutes, if that's okay. If you run to about 15, I'll just pop on and remind you that you're at 5 minutes. Okay.
Okay. So we're going to share our slides.
At the bottom of the screen, there's a screen with a line, a red line.
I can hear you.
No?
So yeah, so to share your screen, you just click that with the line through it, the computer screen with the line through it. That should share it.
how I can share our presentation?
The screen, the little icon with the computer screen with a line through it.
Okay.
Just click that and that should share your screen.
Okay. Here? That's correct?
I can't see anything, so I don't think it's shared.
Okay.
I can
now-
share.
Let's work on it.
Julie says, don't forget to press share. Maybe that'll help.
Okay. And
Oops. Is that still not working?
Claudio, could you try it, please? It doesn't work in my computer.
It might be easier. Would you guys mind if we move to the next presentation? You can follow them so you can figure out if you have any
Okay.
issues. Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay, so why don't you just click the leave button? I'll remove you and I'll put the next presenters up if that's okay.
No problem.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, so we'll just move on to the next paper. We'll come back to their paper. So values in candidate evaluations, how voters respond to allegations of sexual harassment. Sounds fascinating. Sophia and Manu, I see Sophia. Okay, there we go. I'll let both of you on the screen. Hello.
Hi, Hannah. Hi, everyone.
Hello. Okay, so again, for the two of you, there's just that little icon at the bottom of the screen that should share any presentation you might have.
Yes, so I am going to share my screen now. Okay. And it takes a bit to get for everybody to see it, to get loaded. I know that because I just checked. I think you might be able to start to see it in a second.
Okay, Sophia, your audio is a little bit coming in and out, just to let you know.
Can you see it?
Okay. I think she just got booted out of the room.
Yeah. Was there a fourth paper, Hannah?
There's just, there is not a fourth paper anymore because we lost one, so there was just 3.
So maybe we could give Sophia just a minute to try and come back on.
That's totally fine.
So yeah, sadly our panel looks a little bit cursed, but
I know. I mean, it happens. That's fine. We can try to work with it.
Just see if she texts me. I think, so Sophia's still with us. I don't know if she's trying to get back into the sharing bit.
She's not on my moderation panel. Has she requested to share her video and her
in the room with us? But yeah, I guess not on the moderation panel.
Right. Okay.
Maybe I should have a go at trying to upload the slides in the meantime.
Okay.
I'll try that now.
I'm trying to get to see if I can up. My moderation panel is empty right now. Let's see.
Do you see anything that I've shared there, Hannah?
Yes, it's now come up. That looks great.
Okay, fantastic. Okay. So I think Sophia's trying to reconnect. So hopefully once she's back on, we don't need to worry about her trying to share the slides and we can just move forward.
Great, that's perfect. Okay, I'm keeping an eye on this moderation panel. It looks empty to me because the two of us are the only ones on screen.
Right. Well, in the interest of time, why don't I make her a gentle start? And hopefully, if Sophia pops on again, Hannah, just feel free to interrupt me and I'm going to hand straight over to her.
That's perfect. Okay, if you feel comfortable doing that, that would be... Oh, here she is, actually. Here she is. I'll let her right in.
Fantastic.
Oh, no. Never mind. She disappeared. Oh,
okay.
God. She
All right.
must have body connection. If she comes back up, I'll put her right in.
Okay, so thanks everyone for bearing with us. This is a project undertaken jointly with by Sophia and myself. We are looking at the electoral politics of sexual harassment, and this was a study that was supported by Brunel University. So we are broadly looking at political scandal, which is not a new concept. We know that it takes place in different formats: financial, professional, sexual, and we've got lots of examples that I've put there on the slide for you. So why should we care about this? Is this something that is just part of normal politics? Is this just how things are done? Well, in the era of Me Too, and indeed more quite close to home, scandals, for example, in Westminster and very high profile ones in the US, for example, yes, we should care. If we care about transparency, the rule of law, the abuse of power and character, if we care about whether our candidates are fit for public office, then this is an important topic to look further into. And with that, I think Sophia is ready to take over.
Thank you very much, Manu, for starting the presentation. It has been a very interesting EPOP this year. So on the context of, if you can just move the slides to avoid like changing them, that would be great. Thank you. So as Manu was commenting, this is a joint project that we have been doing, and it has been, so it started with an empirical observation. This is namely to realize that in 2000 and during the campaign in 2016, during the presidential campaign in the US, we see that a number of women came forward and start talking about the instances of abuse, harassment, and intimidation that prominent political figures perpetrated against them. And well, it didn't stop there. Of course, like we know, or we are all familiar with what happened during the campaign. A lot of these claims were made, but then Donald Trump became president nevertheless. This is not a single or isolated case. Also, there is a case of the Supreme Court Justice Kavanaugh, confirmation during the hearings, when he also was accused of sexual harassment and assault, and however, he was confirmed. And in the UK, in 2013, for example, they have been allegations of sexual harassment and abuse as well in among prominent figures. In 2013, and the Liberal Democrat chief executive was accused of sexually harassing women. However, and he basically refused to apologize and had to step down, and he was banned to be part of the party, but only for 1 year. And after a year, he came back. So of course, this had a lot of backlash, and he had to, or he agreed to resign again, but he was allowed to come back. And in 2017, we see that, again, a number of women started to talk about this type of allegations with the Me Too movement that motivated another movement, the Labor Too, where that was less oriented to try to name perpetrators, but more to try to create a critical mass of women supporting other women who have been victim of such experiences. So in all of this, what really drives the question is what's going on here. So why, if we think that the moral characteristics of a leader are important, if we tend to focus a lot on the, on the persona of leaders, why sometimes politicians get penalized from allegations of sexual assault, but other times they do not, and they are able to not only continue with their political career, but also to consolidate them. This, of course, has implications for democracy and political participation, as it speaks about the moral character of the leaders and whether they are fit or not for public office. So this motivated our, so what's going on here then? What we know so far. So literature on scandals can translate into, suggest that some political scandals can translate into adverse electoral outcomes. However, not all scandals are equal in the court of public opinion, with sexual scandals being treated considerably differently than financial scandals. And when people were asked about why, in the majority of the time they say, one of the things that they say is that financial scandals talk about abuse of power, but sexual scandals are of a completely different nature. So not necessarily, or they are considered to be more of a private nature, not necessarily affecting the capacity of the leader to be in office. However, this is partly, or one of the shortcomings of previous literature is that they were considering mainly consensual sexual scandals, so for example, extramarital affairs, when we can think about two consensual adults. However, recent scandals of sexual abuse and harassment refer to non-consensual events. And also, we observe, literature have observed before that is likely to that the effects are likely to depend on the candidate's race, but also their sex, and whether they, and also the characteristics of the individuals or the voters, because that affects the way that they manage and acquire information. Among all of the possible explanations, one of the key things that that current literature has agreed on is that partisan identification plays a key role, and that actually, when one of the key predictors of all of this is whether they are well, a lot of the studies have been done in the US, and the majority of them agree that whether they are Republicans or Democrats have an effect, an explanation, but also that people are more likely to apologize candidates that stand for their own preferred party than not to do so. In other places, like in Germany, the effect of partisanship has been observed to be less strong.
Sophia,
However,
I just
we observed that
for a minute. Your slides aren't moving. I just want to make sure that we're seeing what you're seeing slides-wise. Sorry, that's it. We're still seeing the
It's okay. It's Manu who is managing the slides.
Hannah, are you still seeing the title page?
I'm still seeing the title page, yeah. I just want to, there we go. I'll disappear again.
Okay, I think I have to stay in this view for you to see. You should be seeing, you can see what we know so far, right?
That looks perfect. Yeah. That looks great.
So, however, we observed as well that not all partisans behave the same, and we and just dropping or putting together all Republicans, all Democrats, or all conservative and liberal in the same box is actually quite limited, because some of them express to prefer not to vote than actually to vote for a candidate that has been accused of sexual harassment and of sexual abuse and harassment. So what's going on here? Why some of them decide to penalize a candidate when others do not? And that motivated our research questions. So the first one is, why do partisan voters respond to allegations about sexual harassment and assault, and why some partisans penalize candidates accused of sexual harassment when others do not? And also, if we want to open the black box and look at, if we diminish the heuristic value of the party, what do voters really use to evaluate candidates in the context of serious allegations? This is, again, why do we observe this heterogeneity among partisans? And to explain this, we are looking at the theory of personal values. And in particular, why we are choosing or why we are focusing on personal values is because partisanship is a form to organize preferences, and policy preferences are also defined by values that we cherish as important. So, for example, when we value fair distribution, individual freedom, justice, etc. They become the standards in which we make, or they ground individuals when they have to make a decision, and also they help them ponderate different courses of action, especially when they find a conflict. So we can say that values serve as the lens in which individuals analyze all the possible choices that they have, and how they rank the preferred options. When we also know that sexual harassment is fundamentally about power, so it's really not about desire or just sex, but it's this expression of power of some politicians like rape. So this abuse of power really linked to how people will perceive public office and the action of public office. And we are looking at, so here in this circle, I'm going to try, we are looking at the theory of personal values, first established by Schwartz et al. in the 90s. So this is a very well established way of looking at values, and also at measuring and addressing which values people cherish the most. In this circle, what we see is how values, different types of values, are condensed and are grouped among themselves. And of course, we referred to some openness to change, or being open to new experiences, which we can always think in terms of being more looking for more conservation, or being open to these new experiences. But in the case of sexual harassment and assault, and the values that concern us the most are those grouped as self-transcendence or self-enhancement. This is because values of self-enhancement that constitute or that define people that look at achievement and power as things that they really want to acquire in life, or that they enjoy in life, or important goals, they are opposed to values of universalism and benevolence. And because these two directly relate to the way that we conceptualize and we approach power, they might explain how and why some individuals might penalize candidates or not for allegations of sexual assault. So in concrete, we can see that those individuals that look for self-enhancement, or that cherish self-enhancement values, will be less likely to penalize candidates for behaving badly, because it's an expression of abuse of power. So based on this, we can formulate two main hypotheses. The first one is that voters, of course, will be less favorable to candidates linked to sexual harassment allegations, which is an hypothesis that follows current literature. And our second hypothesis is that personal values will play a key role in candidate evaluation. And among these two groups of values that I was mentioning before, we can formulate two sub-hypotheses: that self-transcendent voters are less likely to vote for a candidate accused of misconduct, and that there should be no effect on those who look for self-enhancement among voters. And we are doing this with a fantastic research design that constitutes with an experiment and also the analysis of some qualitative data. But I'm going to leave Manu here to present the research design. Thank you, Manu. The floor is yours.
Thanks, Sophia. So yes, to test those hypotheses, we have designed an online survey experiment which took place last year in October. We recruited just over 700 participants through the Amazon Mechanical Turk platform. And the core of this survey experiment really was a hypothetical political candidate running for state governor. And we created some vignettes to understand how our voters responding to this candidate, would they vote for him? And we included some open-ended questions for them to elaborate on what was going on with their decision. So this flowchart really explains the logic of that. What's interesting to note here, so firstly to say that these were all US-based voters. Our study was really looking at US voters. So when the respondents came into the survey, they were asked a series of questions, and then they were introduced to this hypothetical candidate. So everybody got to have that same first impression of the candidate, and that was brief and relatively bland. There was really nothing to feel one way or another. It was a pretty favourable introduction. And then the respondents were randomly assigned to receive one of two vignettes. So in the control group, they received some new information that emerged on the campaign trail, which related to a visit to a primary school. So it's talking about the candidate's the importance of education for him. But the treatment group saw a vignette which talked about new information emerging on the campaign trail that was actually about allegations of sexual harassment from his former staffers, which he had settled in a lawsuit. So two very different vignette twos, and that really, the random assignment to the two different messages is what we're interested in finding out. Does that then change the response to the candidate? Because after receiving those two vignettes, they were asked again, how likely is it that you would vote for the candidate? And so the outcome really is that, would you vote for this candidate on a 4-point scale, which in the analysis we analysed in that way and also as a binary variable. The treatment vignette is the key explanatory variable here. And we also controlled for other political variables, and I've listed some there. Importantly, we asked a series of questions on personal values, specifically aiming to understand to what extent respondents were agreed more with the self-enhancement values versus the ones on the self-transcendence side of Schwartz's wheel. And we controlled for a series of demographic characteristics as well. So to show you what the kind of overall results were, at the baseline, so that was vignette 1, the two groups were in agreement that this seemed like a good candidate and they were quite favourable. But of course, what we're interested in is how do they feel after vignette 2? And there you can see a very large and significant change. So in the treatment group, we're going from 93% saying yes, they would vote for the candidate to 43%. So that's interesting in itself and implies a sizable average treatment effect. But it's also worth noting that it's by no means a uniform shift to saying, no, I wouldn't vote for this candidate. And we'll come back to that point in a few slides' time. So just to show you an abbreviated version of our regression results, so looking for that average treatment effect in a bigger framework and controlling lots of variables, what we're interested in is the coefficient on the treatment vignette, which is negative and statistically significant. So voters who hear about the sexual harassment allegations are less likely to vote for that candidate. And that finding is robust across different model specifications. For research question 2, we need to go beyond the average effect and we need to look at what's happening when we consider different subgroups of voters based on their personal values. And we hypothesize that voters who place more importance on self-transcendence values are much less likely to want to vote for that candidate. And that's exactly what the data bears out. We don't find any significant effect when we look at the interaction with self-enhancement values. Now, one of the things we also did in this survey experiment was to gather some qualitative data asking people to elaborate on their second voting decision. So here are some excerpts from respondents who said they would no longer vote for the candidate. And a few themes emerged here. So a number of respondents talked about morals, integrity, and ethics. Others pointed specifically to the abuse of power and the disrespect shown. And some also referred to party and made it clear that party does not trump the allegations in this particular context. Now that's interesting and it helps to contextualize and triangulate with the average treatment effect. But we are really interested as well in this sizable minority, the 43% of voters who, after seeing the misconduct vignette, still remained favourably inclined towards the candidate. And there were three, amongst others, three themes that we wanted to really pull out for you today. One of them actually was around mistrust of the allegations themselves. So in a number of cases, the responses were, well, this can't necessarily be believed, it may be fake news, this may be a false accusation. So some skepticism towards the allegations themselves. Others actually worked quite hard to try and balance out the positive attributes of the candidate, which the previous vignette had shown, with the negative that they later came to hear about. So there were references to his track record in the state and some of his other priorities, and a sense that, well, everyone makes mistakes. So there was clearly an appetite for forgiving the candidate and still being prepared to give him a second chance. There were also several voters who wanted more information. We gave them 2 rather brief vignettes, and so it's not a surprise to see that many voters, or some voters rather, said they'd like to know more before they make a judgment. What's interesting is that that theme also came out amongst people who said, I no longer want to vote for this candidate. So there was a need for more information on both sides, but clearly people have different levels of thresholds for wanting more to change their mind, or perhaps to punish the candidate. So coming really to the end, just to summarize our findings and conclusions. So we asked the question, are candidates punished for allegations of sexual misconduct by partisans? And the answer we found is yes. Partisan voters are less favourable to candidates linked to sexual harassment allegations. That's the average finding. When we dig deeper into the subgroup effects, we find that values do indeed play a role when candidates are evaluating when voters are evaluating their candidates. Self-transcendent voters are less likely to vote for a candidate accused of misconduct, and there appears to be no effect on voters who place more importance on self-enhancement values. So we hope that this presents timely, robust, and nuanced experimental evidence, because of the mixed methods approach, on how voters evaluate candidates accused of sexual harassment. We think it illuminates the importance of values, and that helps explain heterogeneity in voters and goes beyond the partisan explanation that tends to dominate the literature. And with that, we'll stop there. Thank you very much, everyone.
Right, excellent. Also extremely interesting. I'm really interested to hear what questions people have, so we can discuss that a little bit further. But now we can go back. So thank you to the 2 of you. If you just want to hit the little leave button, that's perfect. Okay, so let's go back to Daniel and Claudio, Independence in Politics and the Legendary Crisis of Democracy, the Case of Chile. So Claudio, I see you. I will, oh, there both of you are. Okay, I'll bring you on screen. Okay.
Okay.
Hello, everyone.
Perfect.
Finally ready.
Okay, again, so you have about 20 minutes, and I'll pop back on at 15 in case you make it that far, just to remind you.
Thanks.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning from Chile. We're going to present our work in progress, have a title, Independence in Politics and the Legitimacy Crisis of Democracy, the Case of Chile. Me, Daniel Grimaldi, and my colleague Claudio Fuentes from the University Austral in Chile. Next, please. That's the image. Okay, don't worry. Yeah, just for explaining that image. It's a very interesting image that could represent the spirit of the politics now in Chile, the mistrust of citizens vis-a-vis the politics. The illusion of politics is a street mural art on a wall of Las Terreas neighborhood in Santiago center. Next, please. So, what is the legitimacy crisis in Chile in a global context? Between 2010 and 2018, there is a strong cycles of protests in Chile that are framed in a group of global cycles of protests that point to the crisis of legitimacy of liberal democracy. Several academics speak the things like that. Next, please. One of the most important are Manuel Castells, that in Chile in November say what's happening in Chile is not exceptional at all. It's a global phenomenon. Do not be scared. You are not alone. If you sing with everyone, because everyone is like this. The next, please. So the fact, since 2004, we see an increase of independent candidates in Chilean politics at different levels and include the executive branch. Next. After the social uprising in October 2019, Congress reaches an agreement to hold a referendum to start a constituent process. Next. The 78% of the voters voted to draft a new constitution through a 100% democratically elected constitutional convention and with gender parity. Next, please. The election of the Constitutional Convention members in April 2021 gave 63% of the 138 seats to independent candidates, plus 17 reserved seats for indigenous people, a phenomenon never seen before, at least in Chile. Next, please. So, in this image, you can see the final results, where we have 88 independents and 63% of independents in the Constitutional Convention. 47 for independents on an independent list, just for independent candidates. The second one, 40 seats for independents on a list for parties, and independents out of any list, just one. Next, please. So what we know about the phenomenon of the independence in politics? The main studies have concentrated on the cause of the appearance of political phenomenon in developed and some new democracies like Nicholson, Moser, Coakley, Brancati, Barr, Wicks, and for the case of Chile, Navia. This works pointed three important variables for defining for the appearance of political independence. The electoral system first, second one, political distrust, and third one, the local culture. Next, please. Especially Liam Wicks have a very interesting typology for independence in Irish politics. Next, please. Here we can see six types of independence in politics: for vestigial independence, corporatist, ideological, community independence, apostate independence, and quasi-parties. It's a very interesting classification, typology, that we use for our own classification, in part. Next, please. So, what's the problem? We don't know what independence do to democracy, what independence means in representing interests compared with a professional politician. Next. What independents are, first of all, in a general definition. Next. Independents in politics are considered individuals who do not belong to a political party formally. That's a most general definition. But this definition gives room for a various way of using the status of independence in a very political way, without being formally linked to a political organization, but exerting the representative function, speaking and acting on behalf of others. And is a very important point for our research. Next, please. So let's take a look a little bit the concept of representation of Hannah Pitkin, a very important work in that field. She identified 4 kinds of representation involved in a general concept of political representation. The representation has authorization, representation has accountability, the descriptive representation, and the symbolic representation. Next, please. And she proposed a new typology, a new kind of representation attached to the concept of representation in a representative government. the substantive representation. Representing here means acting in interest of represented in a manner responsive to them. The representative must act independently. His action must involve discretion and judgment. He must be the one who acts. So this definition carry on to the main question of our research. What's represented, independent representative in Chilean politics mean for the representative government? Next, please. So how about the crisis of representative democracy? It's a rupture or a metamorphosis. You have two important academics, Bernard Manin and Pierre Rosanvallon, who point to the fact that the traditional democratic legitimacy centered on the vote exercising by the principle of the majority are being stressed by new emergent kinds of legitimacy, the impartiality, the reflexivity, and the proximity. Next, please. So our research question is, what do independent candidates represent for democracy in the context of the crisis of liberal democracy in Chile? Next. That question have two fields of problems, the theoretical problems and practical problems. The theoretical problems are linked with the principles of the representative regime. What is an independent representative in terms of legitimacy? And second, the practical problems, how do independence affect the political competition and the party systems? Next, please. Our hypothesis. Independents are an indicator of the decline of the party democracy in Chile, at least as it was known in the 20th century, and introduce a change in the way of getting into politics and represent the interests of the electors. Next, please. So now I'm going to pass to my colleague Claudio Fuentes, that's going to show the data for our report.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Hello, everyone. Nice to see you and to be here. Independence in Chilean politics. We are going to try to explore three dimensions: evolution of the phenomenon, institutional design and context, and a proposal of typologies. Next slide, please. So here we have
Claudio, you're actually muted. I'm not sure if you noticed that.
It wasn't me.
I'm not sure if there's a sound. Can you hear that?
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. There's just a sound kind of in the background. I'm not sure if there's anything you can do about it, but we can still hear you talking. Okay. Let's add. Claudio, I just saw, I don't know if you can see or hear me if you're in the room, but I did see you come up and I added you, but you're gone again. So if you could request again, maybe. Okay, Daniel, I'll add you. I'm just going to pause your time. There we go.
Okay.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Anna, now it's better?
That's great. Yep, you can keep going.
Yeah, sorry, I have to unplug the camera. So
that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Give me 2 minutes plus, please. Now, ahora here, data and methods. About the data, we work with two data sets. The first one is all elections from 1989 to 2021. In total are 40 elections, leaving aside primary election in the Chilean election system. Data were accessed from the Chilean Electoral Service. The second dataset is data collected by the New Constitution Observatory of the Chilean constitutional process. These datasets will be described in more detail later. About the variables, in election dataset, we work with original data and create another ones related to independence. For example, we put attention in political institutional factors such as if the candidate is militant, independence, years of the elections, presidential period, type of election, number of the election, level of the election. All those variables are part of an institutional framework. About the techniques, we use primary descriptive statistics to explore pattern, trends, and discontinuity, and also content analyze issues. In the future, we are going to use a cluster analysis and a correspondent analysis to make more robust typologies in a statistical way. About data limitations, we need to collect information about the profiles, trajectories, and experiences of constitutional members and make comparison with other political bodies. For example, the lower chamber in Chile. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The next slide, please.
Sorry, hi Claudio. I am changing slides. Are you not seeing them move?
No.
So right now you can't see any change?
No.
That's a problem. So it's probably because your browser got a little bit stuck. We might try the risky thing of refreshing on your side and then asking to come on screen again.
Okay.
I think that could solve it.
Sorry.
What a pity, just in our proof, in the middle of our proof.
I've paused your time, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
Okay, here's Claudio.
How many minutes?
You have about 7 minutes. You got plenty of time.
7 minutes. 7
yeah,
minutes. Okay.
That gets you to 20 minutes. So that's with a little extra time, but go ahead.
Okay. So this slide is about the all elections. So next, please. We are going to a little bit faster. Oh, no, again. So,
Claudio, maybe I can audio describe where we are at each time. I think that's going to have to be the trick. So right now I've put the slide with the graphs. Elected independents by Chilean presidential period.
Thank you. This figure shows elected independents by Chilean presidential period and type of election from 1990 to 2022. We highlight three aspects. First, types of election do not represent the same patterns. For instance, the last election shows higher levels of independence than in other periods, such as, for example, presidential, constitutional convention, and regular governor, for example. Second, since the separate cast ballot at the local election in 2004, independents have shown a clear upward trend over time. In turn, local councillors shows a similar but less steep upward trends than mayors. Third, other trends are more unforeseeable or irregular than local election, and also expose less percent for independence. Next, please. And next, a global picture of election results.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. This figure shows a global picture of election results by elected independents and militants from that period. Three aspects are highlighted. First, from this period, political parties are relevant for those candidates to be elected. This category includes presidential, Senate, lower chamber, regional councilors, local and local councilor elections. Second, both mayors and regional governors have similar characteristics. And third, the constitutional election is the only election at the moment which shows a higher level of elected independents than other elections. Even though these results are shocking for the Chilean party system, we should be attentive to whether this election will be transitory or regular in sharing votes in future. Please, candidates elected at the Constitutional Convention.
Yes.
Yes. This figure presents candidates elected at the Constitutional Convention by the origin of candidacy in 2021. Some aspects to be highlighted. First, we can observe the electoral law effect for this election. Traditionally, Chilean law allows three types of candidatures: elected independents in non-party lists, second, independents elected on parties inside party lists, and three, elected militants. And for the Constitutional Convention election, as a result of social pressures, political pressure, public audience at the National Congress, and lobby, the Chilean legislative branch modified the current electoral law, but only for this election and not for the November's election of this year. Second, as we saw before, independents were elected in different lists and total independents reached 68%. Next, please. Three types of independence candidates?
Yes, okay. We are there.
Yes. In this table, we operationalized the types of candidatures that electoral Chilean law permits. Compared with other studies, for example, Navia in 2013, we apply a distinction inside independents. On the one hand, we code in one category only independents include on party political list. On the other hand, we leave independents out of the political party list, forming one class. We can see interesting aspects. First, the percent reached by elected independent in non-party lists in the conventional election was the highest compared to other results. Second, independents elected on the party list are moved decisive in the Constitutional Convention and the regional governor elections. Finally, like a third point, we remember that both the Constitutional Convention and the regional governor elections were concurrent few months ago this year. Next slide, please. This is methodology, yes?
It says a proposal of independence, simple typology.
Yes.
I just want to remind you, you have a couple of minutes. That's totally fine. Take your time.
Okay. I can breathe. Next, please. Methodology is the title?
Sorry. Oh, no, that was right. Okay, yes, we are on methodology.
Okay, thank you. So this is the second data set we use in this work. First, unit of analysis. We analyze 168 candidatures to the Constitutional Convention in terms of social demographic profile, political information, occupation information, and their political manifestos. A lot of information. Number of unconstitutional topics analyzed. We analyze 3,142 proposals from candidatures in 88 categories. These categories came from a comparative study of constitutional process in the world. Analyzing and processes of the proposal, basically the statics and content analysis, source of information, political manifestos, information from parties, from social media, and platforms on TV station. That access to public information in these three public administration of Chile, and data were collection in this period. So the last slide, please.
Yes.
A proposal of independence sample methodology. Yes, a proposal. Yes. So this is the last slide, and our proposal of typology for independence, according to Chilean data, we can see three categories: political field, bureaucrats, and other experience. Political field is a typical category, it's a typical classification from literature about political elites. Other experience and bureaucrats those have an important point for this election or for this study. Those variables were emerging from the data. We didn't in the first place, we didn't see or things, and basically those emerge from data. For example, in terms of political field, elected and appointed authorities, student leaders, social leaders, and trade unionists, bureaucrats, public workers from the bottom of a public service to highlighted professional and technocrats. And the final type is other experience from media, from organized entrepreneurs, academics, NGO, and activists, like feminists, for example, feminists, environmental, indigenous, human rights, and health. Basically, that's we can distinguish in more details in future analysis. Next, please.
Conclusions.
Can you read, Daniel, please?
Yes, the primary explanatory variable of the electoral is the electoral system that we see in the data. Second one, related to the first point, the local level and the constitutional convention are political arenas in which independents are relevant. Third one, the exceptional constituent context show an emphasis on the independent phenomenon. This aspect is observed with a greater clarity, bringing in an extraordinary number of independents with a new profile on the Constitutional Convention. 4, the exception implies that the independence of representative from those represented has an essential principle of representative government tends to change. That's very important. This might be explained by the profile of new independents who show new legitimacy related to reflexivity and proximity, who say Pierre Rosanvallon. The last one, intuitively, we may think that independence in Chile would be emphasizing 2 dimensions of representation, following picking, accountability, and descriptive representation. But this is an open research agenda, and keep calm, it's a work in progress. Last one. Thank you very much for your attention.
Excellent. Thanks to both of you for getting
sorry for those problems, technical problems.
Of course, it's nobody's fault. Nobody's fault. So really great presentation in spite of technical problems. So thank you for dealing with that.
Thank you.
Right. So if you want to stop sharing your screen, the 2 of you can actually just stay on the screen. I'll invite the rest of the presenters to just request access. I'll put you all back up on the screen and we can move into our Q&A session. For those of you watching, please put your questions in the Q&A box. We have a couple in here now, but we have about 15 minutes. We have time to get through more than 2, I would think. Let me just stick all of you up on the screen. Okay. So let's start with the first one. Right. Okay, there we go. I think this is directed at you, Matthias, I assume. The local strength of the PRI has been also considered by some to be a feature of the strength of Morena, as using partially the same network? Is this somehow considered?
Absolutely. Thanks for the question, Sophia. So it's very interesting to think about the implications that this has for other parties. And so empirically, what I do find is that there definitely seems to be displacement away from the PRD to Morena. So voters are moving from the PRD to Morena, which I think is consistent with the idea that there's some overlap in networks between the PRD and Morena, and some of the networks are moving as well. For the PRI, I don't find such an effect. So the support for the PRI down the road does not seem to be affected by whatever Morena is doing here, which, given that the overlap in networks is going to be much more extensive for the PRD than for the PRI, I think makes sense. Yeah. But thank you very much for the question.
I think, Hannah, you are muted. You are still muted.
Still muted, Hannah.
There was an icon blocking it. Wasn't my fault. Wasn't my fault. Okay. Next question for Sophia and Manu. Thanks for the presentation. What sort of figure would you put on substantive effects, i.e. what kind of point estimate for vote share hit or voter punishment might your research imply?
So thank you, Patrick, for the question. I am going to start, I don't know, like if Manu, well, one of the things that we calculated was the marginal effect, if I remember correctly, is 53%. So candidates accused of sexual harassment and abuse have a reduced probability of that magnitude of being voted. However, we don't have it in particular for the like I don't remember at the top of my head. The figure in particular for the treatment, I mean, for these people scoring high in any or the other of the values scales.
Okay, those are the only two questions. Does anyone else watching have any questions? We'll give you a minute to put them in the box. In the meantime, I actually have a question for Manu and Sophia. Did you find, or did you think it was interesting, or did you find any results in terms of differences between the way that, say, men and women responded to allegations of harassment with the candidate kind of setup that you have, or even Democrat and Republican? Like, did you look at any other kind of differences in the respondents?
Maybe I can start, and then Manu, if you want to complement. The only thing that I can say is, so in this particular, for this particular research design, what we were interested in looking at is in particular at partisans. So when we asked people in the vignette, we were telling them from your preferred party. So we kind of all focus all the time on people that belong to, like we wanted to tap into this mechanism of the candidate being from the preferred party. And also another thing that we did is a difference with other studies is that we started with a common pool. So it's a design when we all presented the information at the beginning to all the groups, and then we provide them with extra information, a little bit to try to mimic what happened during a campaign when you start with certain likeliness for the candidate, and then that might or might not change over the course of the campaign depending on how people acquire information and which information they acquire. So from previous research that we published this year, we didn't find any evidence suggesting that men and women behave differently, even though we hypothesized that they do. But partly the reason is that partisanship really is very strong among men and women and wipes out the gender effect. But I'm not sure if Manu, do you want to say something else here?
Only to add that, I mean, I think those are really important controls that we did kind of take into account up in the modelling. So the treatment effect stands. But I think actually, Hannah, you're asking whether if we separate out those groups of people, is there a bigger heterogeneous treatment effect by those groups. We actually didn't look into that. This was a listed study, so it wasn't something that we were going to look at. But it might be something that we could go back to the data and see if there is something there. Yeah, thanks for the suggestions.
Great. Yeah, that's really interesting from both of you. We do have one more question from Patrick. Thanks, Patrick. To Claudio and Daniel, what do you expect in terms of the future trajectory of independent standing and winning in Chilean elections? And are there any other national contexts where this might occur?
In my opinion, I have a hypothesis about the role of independence in the Chilean political system. And that is, maybe it's going to be a move from a representation of authorization in terms of Hannah Pitkin to a move to a more descriptive representation, for example. And that, if that is the case, will be a crucial difference in comparison, for example, a profile from others political bodies, for example, the Senate or the lower chamber. Other things is the relaxing of flexibility of norms in terms of modifications to the electoral system only was for constitutional convention, not for the other elections. So if that condition not change in the future, maybe it's going to be the similar patterns of the similar percentage of independence and militants. But this is, for me, and the last point, this is the beginning of maybe a new phenomenon, but we don't know at this time. Daniel.
Daniel, you're muted.
Okay, thank you. But I think that the most important thing in our work is to know Chilean politics. Not it's a part of the party politics democracy, how say Bernard Manin in the principles of representative government. It's an indicator of a little transformation, a little tendency for who say, no, the people demand another kind of representative. But how Claudio say, is a very particular context. We don't know clearly if that became a normal party, for example. So for the instance, for now, that show a new way to get into politics. But maybe in the future that gonna became traditional militant or something. So it's a very particular moment in Chile that could show interesting phenomena in the short terms.
Excellent. Yeah, thanks. Okay, one question. Oh,
sorry, Hannah. Can I just pick up on the question that Patrick had asked before? And as Sophia said, our results suggest that there's a 53% kind of marginal effect. So in the language of Patrick's original question, that's what we would expect perhaps this voter punishment effect to be. But the examples that Sophia talked us through at the beginning show that this is not actually what we see in real life very often. So actually we come away from our study with a kind of an interesting puzzle, because our data and our findings seem to suggest that people respond fairly strongly. So if there were any thoughts or comments from the floor, it'd be great to hear them. I mean, there are the constraints of it being a survey experiment, and it's a one-shot thing, and we know that there's literature that says the informational effect of scandal and other things can decay over time. So the timing of something coming out like this in a campaign trail matters. But still, we almost kind of went into this saying, why don't we see the candidate punishment effect? And then we find in our data that there is a substantial candidate punishment effect. I mean, in Cohen's D terms, it's a treatment effect size of over 1, which is very rare that you get that in an experiment. So yeah, any thoughts from the floor, that would be great. maybe not immediately, but if anybody wants to email us later.
I think that's a really good question, actually. I'm just sitting here thinking about it. Let's ask Sophia's question and see if anyone also has thoughts for you, Manu, after that. So the lotteries were in place in 2015. Is Morena still doing this, or does it has it changed after reaching power? Is AMLO more involved now?
So the candidates election procedures have not changed. Morena used the same selection method for the 2018 election, for example, in 2021 as well. So yes, Morena is still using lotteries, and this obviously, at least for the party list candidates, very strongly limits the potential for AMLO and anyone in the party leadership really to influence this election, which is one of the reasons why this election method was chosen, to avoid this type of self-cooptation of the elites that was widespread with the PRI and the PRD, and led to a lot of infighting. That was part of the motivation. For the SMD candidates, obviously, party leadership does play an important role, but not for the party list candidates.
Excellent. Okay, we are running low on time. Does anyone have any final? Yeah, Sophia, do you have something to say?
Yeah, because what you mentioned is interesting. Mexico is a mixed member system, right? So the findings of the lotteries apply to the list, do not apply for the single district member. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes,
that
right.
makes things clear on my mind that they might be that they might be following two different paths. So the lotteries make sense. And also it makes sense that it's a national lottery, because otherwise they don't have to be tagged to the district. Yeah.
Exactly.
Now.
Yes. Yep. Okay.
Yeah. Puzzle solved. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone have any final thoughts or questions? We are running kind of close to the wire. Anything?
Well done to you, Hannah, for chairing us through a slightly difficult session at times.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you to all of you for really, really great, interesting presentations, even amidst all of the problems that we had. I think this was a success. Thank you very much for coming. Right. Okay. I think that'll be all. If no one else has any kind of final questions or comments. Great. Thanks a lot. Best of luck to all of you on your research going forward. We'll probably cross paths again, maybe sometime. All right. Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Good luck for all.